Depopulation, Agenda 21 and 2030, Georgia Guidestones, a new world order. Is it really this bad? Can people be so evil as to wipe us out as soon as they get a chance? Well, yes. We've already seen the position of the UN towards a new world order. Let's listen to some of our world leaders and see if they believe in this new world order, shall we?
Nothing less than a new world order. This is the pledge of the world's most powerful leaders, representing 90% of the global economy.
What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations.
The affirmative task we have now is to actually create a new world order.
We're seeing a new world order now being built, and I don't think America can retreat from that.
The integration of national economies into a global economy, So we're going to keep on pushing hard to shape an international order.
Sometimes I'm criticized in my own country for professing a belief in international norms and multilateral institutions, but I am convinced that in the long run, giving up some freedom of action, binding ourselves to international rules, over the long term enhances our security.
Dat we ons samen sterk maken voor een wereldorde die weer een tijd mee kan. Voor onszelf en voor het collectief.
Today is the beginning of a global mobilization effort to rally our forces behind this Great Reset initiative. We need a Great Reset.
We can actively contribute together to building the 21st century world order.
Wenn man eine wirkliche Weltordnung haben will, eine globale politische Ordnung, dann wird man nicht umhin kommen, an einigen Stellen auch Souveränität, Rechte an andere abzugeben.
De internationale inbedding heeft ons land veel gebracht. Het goed functioneren van de naoorlogse multilaterale wereldorde en de internationale stabiliteit zijn cruciaal voor onze rechtsstaat en voor de kracht van onze economie.
Pieces are in flux. Soon they will settle again. Before they do, let us reorder this world around us.
In this period, when really a new world order can be created, it's a great opportunity. There's a need for a new world order, but it has different characteristics in different parts of the world.
And the challenge is how to build a world order for the first time in history on a global basis.
President Obama and British Prime Minister Gordon today calling for a new world order to tackle our global economic crisis.
And the President outlined his vision of a new world order in which the US would participate fully.
We've got to give them a stake in creating the kind of world order that I think all of us would like to see.
Never before has a new world order had to be assembled from so many different perceptions or on so global a scale.
A new world is emerging. It is a new world order with significantly different and radically new challenges.
And I strongly believe India will be a central actor in the new world order.
After 1989, President Bush said, and it's a phrase that I often use myself, that we needed a new world order.
Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interest of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists, and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will. If that is the charge, I stand guilty, and I'm proud of it. The New World Order is what they all want. The New World Order as described in the Protocols of Zion. Remember? We shall so wear down the Goyim that they will offer us international power that will enable us to form a super government. In place of the rulers of today, we shall set up a super government administration. Its hands will reach out in all directions, and its organization will be of such colossal dimensions that it cannot fail to subdue all the nations of the world. One authority will be glorious because it will be all-powerful. Our authority will be the crown of order, and in that is included the whole happiness of man. We have seen in part 4 that the New World Order's main focus is complete world dominance. Population control, better known as depopulation, is the UN's tool to annihilate the majority of the masses so that no more than 500 million people are left on the face of the earth. A neat number, easy to control, dominate, and subjugate. What we have shown you so far when it comes to depopulation is not all. Believe it or not, there are more ways to depopulate the planet. The Cabal has given this topic a lot of careful consideration and planning. Now, before we talk you into a depression, please do realize the following. First of all, this evil is nothing new. It has been here for many, many centuries. All we do is expose it, so we can deal with it and get rid of it, okay? Exposure is vital. It is their worst nightmare. Once you know what you're dealing with, you can act and take back your own sovereignty. Secondly, those who know us and our work know that we never end on a negative note. The scripts we write, the presentations we give, always end on a positive note. There is always an unexpected twist at the end. So please bear with us. We promise you, you will love what's coming. So, let's expose the maggots once and for all, shall we? How are we, the people, being attacked in the name of population control? Wars, natural disasters, famine and drought, plagues and diseases, vaccinations, family planning, chemtrails, GMOs, and additives in food, water, beauty care and cleaning products. Wars speak for themselves. As we've seen, they have always been caused by the Cabal as a divide and conquer strategy and as a way to make massive amounts of money. Wars don't just start. They are instigated by design. Always. Who makes the money? The Cabal. Who does the suffering? We, the people. Next, natural disasters. Think earthquakes, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions and tsunamis. They don't need much explanation. The earth shakes, people die. But did you know that many of these natural disasters nowadays are actually caused by man? Ever heard of HAARP? High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program? An American military research program used to excite the ionosphere via high-frequency signals? Using it influences the weather in a profound way.
Well, instead of doing a rain dance, we physicists are firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and actually bring down lightning bolts. By firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what are called ions, and these ions act like seeds, like dust particles, bringing down rain and even lightning. In the 60s, the CIA used this to bring down monsoons during the Vietnam War, to wash out the Viet Cong. For decades now, these governments have been alleged to have experimented with weather control, but nothing conclusive. This time we're bringing in the laws of physics, rather than simply waving our hands and uttering mumbo-jumbo. We're actually using trillion-watt lasers now for floods, for agriculture, farmers, for people planning wedding parties, football games, you name it, outdoor events and agriculture and flooding and even hurricanes. All of them could be subject to weather modification.
Natural disasters can be and are triggered by the cabal to get rid of people. How convenient. Others are engaging even in an eco-type of terrorism, whereby they can alter the climate, set off earthquakes and volcanoes remotely through the use of electromagnetic waves. So there are plenty of ingenious minds out there that are at work finding ways in which they can wreak terror upon other nations. It's real. Next, depopulation through famine and drought. This too can be triggered by HAARP. Control the weather, and you control the yield of crop and the water supply. Create hunger and thirst, and you have the people right where you want them. Needy, vulnerable, and scared. Then, fast depopulation through plagues and diseases. Take for instance the bubonic plague, the Black Death, that killed God knows how many millions of people across the world in the Middle Ages. What a delightful way to lose millions of people in one go. No bullets needed, no bombs, just plagues. Another plague that turned out to be highly convenient was the Spanish flu. More people died of the Spanish flu than of bullets during the First World War. Between 1918 and 20, an estimate of 50 million people died. 1/3 of the entire world population was infected. It is believed to be the greatest pandemic the world has ever experienced. Worse even than the medieval Black Death. There are several very interesting things about the Spanish flu. First of all, it didn't start in Spain. Secondly, it wasn't a flu. There's more, but let's start with these two, shall we? If it didn't start in Spain, then where did it? In the US. If it wasn't a flu virus, what was it? It was a bacteria that caused severe and in most cases lethal pneumonia. According to a 2008 National Institute of Health paper, bacterial pneumonia was the killer in a minimum of 92.7% of the autopsies reviewed. So why do we call it the Spanish flu? As a decoy, a smokescreen to hide the truth. Why? Because the truth is so hideous. Most people prefer to hear a convenient lie. The first cases of bacterial pneumonia in 1918 trace back to a military base in Fort Riley, Kansas. Long story short, during the first half of 1918, an experimental bacterial meningitis vaccine cultured in horses by the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research in New York, now the Rockefeller University, was injected into soldiers at Fort Riley. The so-called Spanish flu was a vaccine experiment gone horribly wrong. Well, that's what we, the people, would say. The cabal would refer to it differently. They would call it an experiment with the best outcome ever. Millions of American soldiers were vaccinated with this experimental serum. 2 million of them went overseas. They fought under poor sanitary conditions, so the bacteria spread like wildfire wherever they went. The story was then spread that these soldiers would come home with all sorts of European diseases, so the American population was vaccinated as well. On top of everything else, the vaccines were distributed all over Europe. Only the vaccinated died. Healthy men and women in the prime of their lives died, not the elderly, as would have been the case if it were a flu virus. Who was in charge of that distribution and mass vaccination program? The Rockefeller Institute. Who was the main scientist in charge? Dr. Frederick Gates. According to Gates, they injected random dosages of an experimental bacterial meningitis vaccine into soldiers. Those who survived became cloud adults, meaning they spread the bacteria to others, even the non-vaccinated. In modern COVID days, we would call it shedding. The vaccinated infecting the non-vaccinated. What an amazing coincidence, right? Frederick Gates then, Bill Gates now. Rockefeller Initiative then, Rockefeller Initiative now. Disease developed in Fort Riley, US then. Disease developed in Wuhan, China now. Closed down societies then. Closed down societies now. Cloud adults then. Shedding now. All for our own good, our own safety. Back then. And now. And just about a century in between. So, back to depopulation through plagues and diseases. The problem with plagues is that they don't occur much, certainly not in these modern times of hygiene. But not to worry, the Cabal is quite creative and always comes up with a solution to every problem. If there is no plague available, you create one.
An epidemic, either naturally caused or intentionally caused, is the most likely thing to cause, say, 10 million excess deaths, either naturally caused or intentionally caused.
Back in 1943, Fort Detrick in Maryland, US, was set up as a center of the US biological weapons program. Everything that happened there was top secret. Fort Detrick was a tool of the CIA. It was a dark pit of the most inhumane experiments in the area of mind control and killer viruses. If you truly want to know how evil it really was, we urge you to look into Michael Aquino, the head of MKUltra at Fort Detrick, who later founded the satanic cult of the Temple of Set. In 1968, Fort Detrick hosted yet another secret project, the Special Virus Cancer Program. It was part of the National Cancer Institute. The scientists wanted to learn how to use viruses to make cancer and to force normal cells to become cancerous by subjecting them to viruses. Why? Because cancer is an excellent weapon when it comes to biological warfare. It can be used to take down political leaders without any suspicion of a crime committed. And it can be used to wipe out large numbers of the population, as most forms of cancer are deadly. Approximately 10 million people die of cancer worldwide each year. That's about 26,000 people each day. Two classes of cancer-causing viruses were studied extensively at Fort Detrick's Special Virus Cancer Program. The RNA-type tumor retroviruses and the DNA herpes-type viruses. In the process, two discoveries were made: HIV and KS, Kaposi sarcoma. Kaposi sarcoma is widely known as the gay cancer that often accompanied AIDS when the first cases broke out in gay men in Manhattan, New York City in 1979. As a matter of fact, Manhattan was the center of the first AIDS outbreak, not Africa. It wasn't until 1982 that AIDS broke out in Africa. Still, we are supposed to believe that AIDS originated in Africa and that it jumped from apes, primates, to humans. Not only that, we are supposed to believe that back in 1979, it jumped from African apes to only white gay men in Manhattan, as did the human herpes 8 virus that causes all forms of Kaposi sarcoma, the gay cancer. We are expected to believe that two primate viruses, a retrovirus and a herpes virus, jumped species in Africa at the same time and ended up exclusively in the blood of white gay American men to produce a new immunodeficiency disease in 1979, now called AIDS. This proposed scenario suggests to me that such an unlikely African event has the markings of a scientific fairy tale, and I remain stupefied that such nonsense can pass for science in the 21st century. So, what else happened in Manhattan in 1979? The experimental hepatitis B vaccination program. For 2 years until 1981, the year the AIDS epidemic became official, gay men were vaccinated with this experimental vaccine, not only in Manhattan, but also in cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco. What a coincidence that these three cities became the three big epicenters of the AIDS epidemic. Now, we realize that there will be a lot of opposition and denial when it comes to the man-made origin of HIV and AIDS. We suggest you study the work of professionals such as Dr. Leonard Horowitz, Dr. Robert Strecker, Professor Robert Lee, and the above-mentioned Dr. Alan Cantwell. Back to Fort Detrick and its horrid experiments. Meet Robert Charles Gallo, a biomedical researcher best known for his role in the discovery of HIV and subsequently the invention of the HIV test kit. He was head of the Laboratory of Tumor Cell Biology at the National Cancer Institute. Gallo didn't actually discover HIV, he stole the discovery, helped by his partner in crime, Dr. Fauci. Whom did they steal it from? Dr. Frank Rossetti. And Dr. Judy Mikovits. Mikovic worked under the direction of Rossetti. She was the one who isolated HIV from blood and saliva, and by doing so, she confirmed the earlier discovery by the French doctor Luc Montagnier, who had isolated and described HIV as a possible cause of AIDS. When Rossetti was out of town, Mikovic got a phone call from Fauci, who ordered her to give him the manuscript about the isolation and confirmation of HIV while it was still in press. Mikovic refused, as it was unethical to do so. The paper was still confidential. Fauci then threatened to fire her for insubordination. Mikovic still refused. When Rossetti returned a few weeks later, he gave Fauci the manuscript. Fauci then deliberately delayed the publication of the manuscript so that his partner in crime, Dr. Frank Gallo, could steal the content and write a competing paper, submit it, and get it into press before Rossetti and Mikovic could do so. On May 4, 1984, Dr. Gallo published his now famous papers containing the findings of Rossetti and Mikovic, but under his name.
This delayed the development of testing and spread the HIV epidemic through the world, killing millions.
Was Fauci held accountable for his responsibility for the millions of lives his greed had cost? On the contrary. 6 months later, he was appointed director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, a position he still holds today. Well, not much longer, we suspect, as Dr. Fauci is now heavily under fire for his involvement in the Wuhan outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. With all the evidence now on the table, we find it hard to believe that Fauci will be on the right side of the prison bars for much longer. Back to Dr. Gallo. Gallo worked with Litton Industry and its subsidiary Bionetics. Litton Industry is a defense contractor and supplier of biological weapons. Bionetics managed America's Biological Weapons Testing Center at Fort Detrick and ran the entire National Cancer Institute with its special virus cancer program. Bionetics supplied the lab animals, including monkeys and chimpanzees, cancer viruses and vaccine culture media for cancer investigators and pharmaceutical manufacturers throughout the 1960s and 70s. Litton and Bionetics created and spread AIDS and many other deadly viruses. Subsequently, Bionetics supplied Merck with experimental viruses for vaccine studies. Now, that sounds rather clinical, doesn't it? But here's what really happened. They used children as guinea pigs in Africa and at the Willowbrook State School on Staten Island in New York. Children!
Have you ever used orphans to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Have you ever used babies of mothers in prison to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Have you ever used individuals under colonial rule to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Did you do so in the Belgian Congo?
Yes.
These were experiments conducted by the evil trinity of Lytton, Bionetics and Merck, assigned by Kissinger and the CIA. Mind you, these experiments were in no way less evil than those of the Nazi doctors in the death camps of World War II. In this school from hell, mentally retarded children were injected with vaccines containing all kinds of killer viruses, including cancer viruses. Virus research experiments at Bionetics caused new types of cancer, such as leukemia, lymphoma, and sarcoma, diseases they had never seen before. In 1970, the Defense Department ordered these viruses, including other immune-suppressing viruses. That's right, the Defense Department bought cancer-inducing viruses that had been invented, created by Bionetics and tested on children. So, in case you ever wondered why we never heard about people dying from cancer in the old days, it's because all of these kinds of cancer had not been invented yet. Merck is one of the big pharma giants that Bill Gates is heavily involved in. According to researcher Dr. Leonard Horowitz, it was Kissinger who gave the order to fabricate the killer viruses. Merck's vaccines triggered AIDS. At the same time, Kissinger prepared his infamous National Security Memorandum 200. That's right, the Kissinger Report, calling for massive Third World depopulation. Remember from Part 6? The devastating side effects of the hepatitis B vaccine, like HIV, AIDS and cancer, must have been an absolute triumph in the eyes of the Cabal, wanting to depopulate the planet. It didn't take long before the next target of their annihilation program was massively vaccinated: the black people of the African continent. We all know how that ended. Over 32 million people died a slow and horrible death by this brand new disease called AIDS. We promised to tell you more about the other depopulation tools: vaccinations, family planning, chemtrails, GMOs and additives in food, water, beauty care and cleaning products. But as we've gone beyond the time limit of our episodes, we invite you to join us to Part 15. Let's continue where we left off at the end of our previous part, shall we? What do we have left in the area of depopulation in our daily lives? We have changed the order a bit to save what's best for last. Here we go. Additives in food, water, beauty, care and cleaning products. It may be hard to fully grasp, but the Cabal seriously thought of all possible strategies to bring the masses to their knees. by design, purposefully, our food and water have been poisoned with substances that cause cancer and destroy our nervous system. "75% of the adverse reactions to food additives which have been reported to the FDA are connected with aspartame. Those reactions include headaches, migraines, dizziness, convulsions, nausea, muscle spasms, weight gain, rashes, depression, fatigue, irritability, vision complications, panic attacks, memory loss, and joint pains. It is considered that some chronic diseases can be triggered or even aggravated when using aspartame. For instance, brain tumors, multiple sclerosis, epilepsy, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, birth defects, diabetes, and many more. If you wish to know more about the unsuspected approval by the FDA, the role of Donald Rumsfeld, and the ownership by Monsanto, please do your own research. It's quite easy to uncover the truth, especially with these 3 leads. More and more products turn out to be magnetic. Why? Can that be healthy? What on earth happened to those products? I mean, we ingest that. Does anybody know what it does to our body and mind? In many countries, for over 75 years now, our drinking water has been poisoned with fluoride, a highly toxic chemical waste product. Apart from being carcinogenic, fluoride has detrimental effects on the brain, the thyroid, and the immune system. Furthermore, fluoride is known for its destructive calcifying effects on the pineal gland. As the pineal gland is known to enhance intuitive awareness in people, one can easily understand why the Cabal wants it closed, not open. Toothpaste. 95% of all branches still contain fluoride. Even today, the CDC will tell you fluoride is highly beneficial. Dentists still recommend parents additional fluoride treatment for their children. Yet, at the same time, toothpaste tubes read this warning sign: keep out of the reach of children under 6 years of age. In case of accidental ingestion, seek professional assistance or contact a poison control center immediately. More than 80% of the cases of fluoride toxicity are reported in children below the age of 6. This is caused by the flavors added to children's toothpaste, which leads to voluntary swallowing of the toothpaste. Children under 6 years of age should not use more toothpaste than the size of a pea. Yet, this is what is shown in every commercial. If a 2-year-old swallows 2 tubes of children's toothpaste, nicely flavored, its chances of survival are extremely low. And just in case you thought that maybe the Cabal forgot about your care products and cosmetics, I'm sorry to inform you that most products contain xenoestrogens, causing infertility and cancer, plus heavy metals like titanium, aluminum, lead, cadmium, mercury, nickel, and chromium in its carcinogenic state. And cleaning products? According to environmental experts, the average household contains approximately 62 toxic chemicals. Think ammonium, chlorine, and much more. Ingredients linked to asthma, cancer, reproductive disorders, hormone disruption, and neurotoxicity. There is no federal regulation of chemicals in household products. Neither ingredients nor products must meet any sort of safety standard, nor is any testing data or notification required before bringing a product to market. Next, GMOs, genetically modified organisms. We showed you in part 9 some of the problems around GMOs. When crops are genetically modified, they can be patented. That means that soybeans, corn, wheat, and basically every crop that was tempered with now belongs to someone. That someone made sure that these genetically altered crops do not reproduce in a natural way by producing seeds. This is what gives them a monopoly position on seeds and thus crops. Farmers are forced to buy the modified seeds each and every year. The modified crops need expensive pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers, all provided by the same companies, like Bayer. One bad season and farmers go bankrupt. The poisoned land is left with monoculture and thus exhaustion. The yield may look bigger and better, but it's actually carcinogenic. Ecosystems are disrupted. Insects die. Birds die. Desperate farmers die. The link to depopulation? People on a massive scale will die from cancer. And what is the long-term effect of the consumption of plants that do not produce any seeds? Has there ever been any research into the question what that does to the human reproductive system? Furthermore, the owners of the patented seeds can create shortage whenever they want, for as long as they want. Think famine, people dying of hunger. Control the food supply, and you control the people. Next, family planning. We've already shown you in part 6 what family planning entails and how it is used by the Cabal. But our emphasis was on the less developed countries. How about the richer countries? How about you and me? We mentioned a new topic several times now, a topic that will shock you once we show you its statistics. I'm talking fertility, infertility, and our reproductive organs. We mentioned xenoestrogens and their effects on our reproductive organs. If you knew how many products that we use on a daily basis contain xenoestrogens, you'd be surprised that we can actually still procreate at all. Xenoestrogens are man-made chemicals. They can cause cancer and make you infertile. This is a well-known fact among chemists. Still, they are processed in a variety of products that we use on a daily basis, from care products to food and water. Why are those products still for sale? Why are we not protected by the FDA or our governments? You want to know why? Because they are part of the depopulation agenda. They are part of something so evil with such a sweet name: family planning. These chemical compounds can be found in commercial meat and dairy products, in anything that contains pesticides or insecticides residues, in artificial food additives, fast food packaging, tap water, processed foods, dryer sheets, plastic bottles, soft plastic used for baking, pacifiers, diapers, baby wipes, makeup, shampoos, conditioners, deodorants, mattresses and foam furniture, vinyl shower curtains, paper plates, plastic toys, air fresheners, scented candles, birth control pills, menstrual products, sunscreens, fleece clothing and blankets, even the ink on your receipts. They are everywhere. Xenoestrogens entering the skin, for instance by using care products, go directly to tissue without passing through the liver for detoxification. So they are 100% absorbed by the body and can be 10 times more potent than those consumed orally, for instance through meals. Still, plastic-wrapped foods heated in a microwave contain some of the highest xenoestrogen levels. Remember that next time you heat your baby food in the microwave. Okay, you want statistics on infertility? To give you a general idea, 1 in 6 British couples have problems conceiving. The latest scientific studies have shown that in most cases, problems around conceiving find their origin in men, not just women. Since the 1970s, the sperm count in Western countries has dropped by 59%. Furthermore, erectile dysfunction is increasing, and testosterone levels are declining by 1% each year. Those men who seek medical help to fight their low testosterone levels can have their sperm counts drop to 0 while they're on it. The current state of reproductive affairs cannot continue much longer without threatening human survival. It's a global existential crisis. Worldwide fertility has dropped by 50% between 1960 and 2015. The United States has a total birth rate that is 16% below what it needs to replace itself. Rates of miscarriages are on the rise, and girls are experiencing earlier and earlier puberties, in some cases before the age of 8. In some parts of the world, the average 20-something woman today is less fertile than her grandmother was at 35. Today, the average male is nearing 47.1 million sperm per milliliter. Compare him to his father, who had an average of 99 million sperm per milliliter, and it's clear that this is a deeply worrying trend. It's no wonder that the assisted reproductive technology market is worth about $26 billion and is calculated to grow with yet another 10 billion in the next 5 years. Infertility doesn't just alter a man's ability to make children, it also increases his mortality risk. Infertile men die younger, according to a Stanford University study. Men with sperm concentration lower than 15 million per milliliter have a 50% greater chance of being hospitalized for any medical reason at all, and poor fertility has been linked with higher rates of heart disease and cancers. What a marvel of a chemical compound! You can put it in just about everything and it will slowly kill off the useless eaters. But on its own, it's not enough to depopulate the planet once and for all. Let's have a look at yet another element of family planning: abortion. We've already shed some light on Planned Parenthood and its illegal side activities such as selling baby body parts and organs. Remember the number of babies they abort each year? In 2019, it was almost 350,000. And that's just Planned Parenthood. Only 40% of US abortions are performed by Planned Parenthood. Do you know what else Planned Parenthood is good at? Sex education. Planned Parenthood is the single largest provider of sex education in the United States, pushed by UNICEF, UNESCO, the WHO, and thus the UN. They arranged that children in kindergarten, or even younger than that, are now taught how to masturbate and how to sexually please each other. 5-year-olds know more about anal sex than you and me. Now please don't get us wrong. We are pro-sex education, and we do not believe in a sex taboo. After all, we are Dutch. But I mean, 5-year-old kids? Really? Children that young have no interest in sex yet. It's not natural. Planned Parenthood teaches very young children that sex is natural, wonderful, that it's all about equality and everything is permitted. Sure, they talk about consent, but do you really believe a 6-year-old or a 10-year-old knows anything about consent? Do you know what we're looking at here? We're looking at a license for pedophilia. Sex with a 10-year-old is called rape. If you don't believe that this entire movement was set up to normalize the sexualization and exploitation of children, we must tell you something about the Netherlands. We have an official political party for pedophiles, set up in 2006 and tolerated by the government. They have their own manual in which one can read how to gain a child's trust, how to sexually abuse it, and how to get away with it. When concerned citizens took the matter to court, the judge's verdict stated that the manual contained nothing unlawful, as texts about child abuse and child pornography are not prohibited by law. Pictures, yes, but not texts. Therefore, the manual was officially acknowledged by the government in 2019. Under pressure from the Dutch people, Grapperhaus promised he would change the law and prohibit the manual. But, as we speak, nothing has changed. The pedo-political party plus their manual are still acknowledged by Dutch law. The party's treasurer Van den Berg stated that rearing is also about introducing children to sex. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? That's precisely what Planned Parenthood keeps saying, instigated and financed by the UN. The entire LGBTQ movement was set up by the Cabal, taken over by Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and thus financed by Soros. Not to advocate equality, but to sexualize and exploit children, to destabilize the family and create confusion. We are pro-equality. We are pro-gay rights. As a matter of fact, we want equal rights for every human being. To us, it doesn't matter whether you're straight, gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender or queer. But leave the children out of it. It is not okay if drag queens include children in their shows, or when they read stories to young children in schools.
Literacy program. The goal is to get kids excited about books, and particularly books like gender fluidity and or about gender fluidity, and giving kids queer role models.
All right, so does anybody in this room know how to twerk? And then you just move your bum up and down like that, and that's twerking.
Readings take place at libraries, museums, and other cultural centers in more than 30 cities across the country. Some are small affairs, but many, like the one in Washington, D.C., play to full houses.
It's just really been obvious that there was a need for this in our community.
The library partnered with the DC chapter of Drag Queen Story Hour to bring the family-friendly events to the nation's capital.
We are grooming the new generation of Americans.
Lactatia is the devious diva you could ever think of.
Hello, my name is Nemes. I am 9 years old, and I am a drag princess named Lactatia.
It is not okay when parents talk their children into wanting to have a sex change. In countries like Australia and Canada, you can go to prison when you try to discourage your child from having a sex change. That's right. When your little girl comes home one day and tells you she wants a sex change, don't you dare ask her to wait a few more years until she's absolutely certain. You can get up to 10 years behind bars.
Boston Children's Hospital, which opened the first clinic for transgender youth in the U.S. Since 2007, they've treated hundreds of children and teens.
In the past couple of years, our volume has just about doubled.
Oh, and just in case you think LGBTQ is quite a lot to wrap your head around, it has now been extended and is actually called LGBTQIA+. This is now taught in schools. Recent studies have shown that more and more children are confused about their gender identity. Why are we not surprised? What we are looking at here has nothing to do with tolerance, acceptance, or equality. This is a political agenda. See the bigger picture? Family planning at its finest. Destroy the family and prevent procreation. Depopulation in yet another disguise. Remember how we started this episode? We really believed it would all fit in part 15. But the more we researched, the more we discovered. And to our own shock, now that we have reached our crucial half hour, there are still 3 topics left. Depopulation truly entailed much, much more than we believed upon starting our quest. And so, we invite you to join us for more madness in part 16. In the previous 2 parts, number 14 and 15, we spoke about depopulation tools. That's what they are to the Cabal, just tools, a means to an end. To us, the people, they are mere weapons. They are actual weapons of mass destruction. We have 3 left. Here we go, as we have no time to waste. Number 3 in our countdown. Chemtrails. Remember clear blue skies and white fluffy clouds? Neither do we. They disappeared several decades ago when all of a sudden Planes left strange lines in the sky that remained there instead of disappearing after a few minutes, which would be normal for contrails, condensation trails. These new trails, however, not only remain in our skies, they spread out to form a thin and all-enveloping cloud cover. This new type of trails, often raggedy on one side, were soon coined chemtrails, chemical trails instead of condensation trails. Years of testing went by. Chemicals were found all right, and to an alarming extent. Barium, cadmium, aluminum, titanium, strontium, lithium, heavy metals that are stored in our brains where they have proven to cause Alzheimer and Parkinson's disease. What on earth are they doing up there? People reported getting sick, having headaches, burning eyes, and feeling exhausted. After years of denial and ridicule by the authorities, chemtrails were finally admitted to exist. Not only that, we were told they were sprayed on us for our own good, to protect us from global warming. The thin cloud layer, formed by the heavy metal particles, reflects the sun back where it belongs, away from us.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI, a method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat.
I gotta put this on YouTube. It's like it's spraying out of the top of his wings.
The organized lack of sunlight causes vitamin D deficiency, which can cause weakened muscles and bones, depression, inflammations, high blood pressure, exhaustion, neurological and autoimmune problems. But hey, it's for your own good. Next, number 2 in our depopulation countdown, electrosmog. The invisible electromagnetic radiation from the use of both wireless technology and mains electricity. Every single day we are bombarded with electromagnetic fields. Most people don't have a clue what the effects are. Others can feel the electromagnetic radiation to the point where they get sick and barely function. Are they drama queens overreacting to something that isn't tangible? Well, no. Just because one cannot see, smell, hear, taste or touch something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It can exist, and it can even be lethal. Take for instance carbon monoxide. Why do you think miners used to bring a canary down the mines? If it dropped dead, there was carbon monoxide, highly poisonous and potentially lethal. The miners climbed back to the surface as fast as they could. They knew, like nobody else, that something they couldn't see, smell, hear, taste or touch was capable of killing them all. It's the same with electrosmog. Do you even realize what you are exposed to on a daily basis? Think cordless phones, cell phones, baby monitors, cell phone towers and transmitters, wireless networks like Wi-Fi, microwave ovens, smart meters. We are talking electromagnetic fields. Why is it affecting us? Well, that's quite easy to understand when you realize that our human bodies on a cellular level have a tender electrical current of a picoamp. Picoamperes are the smallest current ever recorded. They are a trillionth of an ampere. Now, when you use your cell phone that is plugged into an electrical socket, it will send out a current of 0.2 amps. Forget the pico. This is 200 billion times stronger than what our bodies are used to in their natural state.
Phone charger plugged in. Right? What's what happen when I plug it in? It becomes a transmitter for electric. Right, and look how far it transmits that. So if you're laying in bed with that next to your head, that is all going into your head. That's why I know. Watch what happens when I pick my phone up when it's charging. So that is going right into your body.
Furthermore, your cells communicate with each other at an incredible speed of 5 to 10 quadrillion electrical pulses per second. What happens when you interrupt that perfectly balanced electrical circuit with invading currents that are 200 billion times stronger? Then, apart from our own electrical current, we have an electromagnetic field. Now imagine you live in an artificially created field higher than this. Over time, your body will become distressed, trying to compensate for the effects of this greater electromagnetic field. As a result, your body will lose energy constantly to the point of illness and exhaustion. Let's have a look at one particular physical effect of high-frequency electromagnetic fields that most people can relate to: the production of a hormone called melatonin. Melatonin enhances your ability to fight cancer. It strengthens your immune system, and it is responsible for complete relaxation and sleep. In order for you to achieve deep sleep, your brain frequency needs to be less than 4 Hz. But electromagnetic frequencies in and around your house consistently interfere with this. As a result, your melatonin production decreases with up to 50%, depending on the amount of electrosmog in your bedroom. If you want to get up in the morning feeling great and fully rested and refreshed, you really need your melatonin. There's something else you need to know about this hormone. It is produced at night by the pineal gland in your brain. Remember what we said in the previous episode about the pineal gland? That the Cabal really wants it damaged because it activates a greater awareness? Well, this is the second reason why the Cabal hates full-functioning pineal glands in the heads of their useless eaters. It is so much harder to control and oppress healthy and energetic people than exhausted, unhealthy ones. So, disrupt deep sleep and you got the people where you want them. Tired, weary, unstable, and thus unable to think clearly and to see how they are being abused, manipulated, and controlled. Too tired to see through all the lies and to fight back. Decreased melatonin levels aren't the only effects of high-frequency electrosmog. More than 2,000 epidemiological studies have proven that it causes infertility, blood clots causing thrombosis, pulmonary embolisms, heart attacks, and strokes, oxidative stress, damage to the blood-brain barrier, exposing the brain to foreign pathogens like viruses, altered electrical brain activity, and increased behavioral problems in children. Think ADD, ADHD, and autism. Alzheimer's disease. Damage to the central nervous system, causing, for instance, MS and ALS. Cell mutations and DNA damage. Chronic inflammation, weakened immune response, allergies, depression, and cancer. In 2011, the World Health Organization and the International Agency for Research on Cancer classified electromagnetic fields as possibly carcinogenic to humans, based on an increased risk for glioma, a malignant type of brain cancer associated with wireless phone use. Now, of course, you don't get cancer or any of the above overnight. This weapon builds up, bit by bit, day after day, night after night. We asked a group of Dutch researchers to measure EMF peaks in and around the house, and to investigate extensively what the effects of those peaks were on body and mind. Here's what they found. First of all, the peaks mostly took place at night, when people are asleep, unaware of what they are exposed to. Secondly, to our surprise, most radiation was measured indoors, not outside and close to the towers, meaning the radiation spreads and intensifies in the electrical circuit of your home. All of your electrical equipment, think laptops, phones, TVs, lamps, electric blankets, coffee machines, fridges, ovens, everything working on LED lights, even the night light in your children's bedroom. Everything radiates EMF like crazy, day and night, especially when plugged in, especially during those nightly peaks, when everybody sleeps and doesn't notice a thing. Until they get up, that is. Then it starts, with restless legs, a dull feeling in the head, dizziness, pressure on the chest, pain between the shoulder blades, pain in the abdomen, stiffness and pain in joints and limbs, tinnitus, shortness of breath, coughing, nosebleeds, heart palpitations and intensified heartbeat, a feeling of heat inside the head and other parts of the body, a tingling or wobbling feeling throughout the body, headaches, and a lack of concentration during the day. A lot of those symptoms can be explained by the fact that your oxygen levels drop to a low directly after the electrosmog peaks. When your cells don't get enough oxygen, the results are detrimental for body and mind.
We are now entering the brave new world of smart meters. That means your electric meter will do so much more than just show how much electricity you use. The new smart meters are watching you. They sense all kinds of goings-on. They see when you turn something on or off. They see how many watts your electric toothbrush pulls. They send the record of that little event over wireless networks, bouncing through your neighbor's smart meters, all the way to the power company where they keep record of all your electric consumption volumes and patterns every minute of every day and store that data forever on computers that you'll never get to see. That data shows when you are at home, shows when you're sleeping, shows when you're on vacation, when you have visitors, when you use a lamp, a power tool, some extra computers, and if you look like you're running a business out of your home. It even senses when you bootleg energy off the grid. Your smart meter data shows a vivid profile of your personal living patterns and whether or not you were at home on the night of the murder. This is not electrical metering. This is personal surveillance. This is a search without a warrant every day. This is your personal private life going straight out through your electric meter to the power company, to the government, to the police, to the insurance company, to anyone who cuts a deal with your power company to look at your life under a microscope. Sorry, it's actually worse than that. People who don't cut a deal can get your information too by simply intercepting the wireless signal spewing from the side of your house. Yes, smart meters are radio transmitters. Here's how you tell. This one is a 1-watt radio station licensed by the FCC. On this all-news radio station, every detail of your electrical life is shooting off to some institutional data center somewhere. Already, the police in Ohio, Texas, British Columbia, and places I don't know about are regularly using smart meter data to pinpoint marijuana grow houses, enforce business licenses, and punish people for doing things in the privacy of their own homes that you were not supposed to do, but they wouldn't even know you were doing if they weren't spying on you. Your power company apparently gets to sell your personal life story to whomever it wants. Any unusual power consumption pattern is considered probable cause to raid you for growing marijuana or running a computer server without a business license. This is about as Big Brother as it gets. Those friendly men with their truckload of smart meters are going door to door with something a little different than a Christmas carol. My personal opinion is that you and I need to demand that these things be taken off our homes. It is not possible for your power company to claim they have the right to install a surveillance device on your house. Smart meters are no different from wiretapping devices. And in case you didn't know, wiretapping is illegal in all 50 of the states and the federal territories. If you let your power company put a smart meter on your house, you may as well walk around all day with a Facebook helmet webcam pointed at yourself. They have convinced themselves installing smart meters is lawful by some reaching to the moon jive called implied consent. If you say they can change your meter, they pretend you consent even when you don't know really what they're doing. Here's a tip. Tell them they can't change your meter. They had no trouble billing you with the old meter. If you send them a notice by certified mail that they may not install a smart meter or any other surveillance device on your house, their implied consent goes out the window. I would do that if I were you. In fact, I did that, and I'm not even you. Those friendly guys on the sidewalk told me that they plan to put a smart meter on every house in America. If they do that, it will no longer be America.
Now, of course, we're talking about 3, 4, and 5G as well. Millions of people are now concerned about the unrolling of 5G, but not many actually understand the exact problems. 5G is not a steady frequency. It is in development. Right now, most countries have 5G of 3.5 gigahertz. Not a big deal just yet, even though the effects on body and mind can already be felt, like we just showed. However, our governments have a plan for their 5G networks. They intend to increase the gigahertz from 3.5 to 28 to 60. 28 gigahertz is now at an experimental stage. 60 gigahertz is the near future. The entire Internet of Things, in which everything is interconnected through a wireless mega network, will be rolled out on 60 gigahertz. The future network of self-driving cars will need a complete infrastructure of Wi-Fi tunnels underneath your town, state, and country. Every 200 meters, on every street light, under every manhole cover, there will be Wi-Fi hotspots for 60 gigahertz radiation. The energy consumption will skyrocket. Millions of trees will be cut in order to maintain undisturbed data communication. 5G before climate change. Cut those trees and fry the citizens. For the last few years, and especially during the COVID lockdowns, countless 5G masts and transmitters have been placed on buildings, on high voltage masts and streetlights. The unrolling takes place in a highly undemocratic way, mostly in the middle of the night. Citizens have no voice. Masts and transmitters can be placed on the roof of your building without your consent. No guarantees of safety and security have been given to the people who live in those buildings or in the direct vicinity. According to experts, the problems surrounding 5G can be compared to those of the famous frog that was about to be cooked. Have you ever heard of this biological experiment? The frog doesn't notice a thing at first. He feels good and warm, all cuddled up in a pan with water. But the frog cannot see the fire underneath the pan. The water gets warmer and warmer. The frog is still comfortable, but as he gets hot to the point of being cooked to death, he doesn't move. He doesn't try to escape, because it is all happening gradually. He spent all of his energy adapting to the rising temperature. And so, he now waits for the horrid death he is about to experience. That frog, my friends, is you and me. 5G, from 3.5 all the way up to 60 gigahertz. Gradually. We are so busy adapting that we will not be able to escape when our boiling point arrives. At exactly 60 gigahertz, the electrons of an oxygen atom start spinning. As a result, the oxygen you breathe in can no longer be absorbed by your blood cells. In other words, when 5G is set on 60 gigahertz and released, we will literally drop dead within minutes. Hard to take this all in, isn't it? We promised one more depopulation weapon, because for some reason, in spite of all the above, we are still alive. Incredible when you think about it, isn't it? So, buckle up. Number 1 in our depopulation countdown in part 17. When we started making the sequel to The Fall of the Cabal, upon writing the script, it all fitted in 17 episodes. But the more we studied, the more we discovered. And as time went by, the world changed before our very eyes. A pandemic, lockdowns, a new normal reshaped societies and the world at large. The old divide and conquer strategy of the Cabal and the rollout of the protocols of Zion had sped up several notches, making George Orwell's 1984 look pale in comparison to our modern-day world. There's no way all of this will fit in 17 parts. Not with these current developments. How many more episodes will we create? We have absolutely no idea at this point. Let's just keep moving and see where things will lead us, shall we? We'll stick to our motto, no time to waste. Let's continue with number 1 in our depopulation countdown, vaccinations. Remember from part 14, there's one very important sentence regarding the so-called Spanish flu pandemic. Only the vaccinated died. This utterly shocking outcome of this vaccination trial, financed and executed by the Rockefeller Foundation, was the beginning of a massive depopulation program that 1 century later would become the ultimately perfected weapon to kill off millions of people. There is so much to say about this topic, but we'll try to keep it short. We'll give you 9 did you knows, things we think you should know when it comes to vaccines. Please do your own research and check everything we present to you, okay? Here we go. Did you know that most diseases had already disappeared due to better hygiene when the various vaccination programs started? Did you know that babies in the US get 26 injections, 5 at a time, against 14 different diseases? Before they have reached the age of 18, they receive 14 more jabs, COVID not included. And did you know that of all those vaccination cocktails, no studies were ever performed by the medical establishment on their possible side effects? Not one? Did you know that the number of people with autism grows exponentially each year? It is estimated that this year more children will be diagnosed with autism than with AIDS, cancer and diabetes combined. It affects 1 in 54 children. The medical establishment strongly rejects a possible connection between autism and vaccinations. But how on earth can you wipe away a case like this?
Every day in our life was a party. Every single day they were holding hands and smiling and laughing and looking at each other, engaging in each other. On June 25th, 2007, we brought him in for the pneumococcal shot.
So just that shot?
1 shot. We went in at 10 a.m. for the shot. By noon, Claire shut completely off. It was as if she was blind and deaf and complete failure to thrive, from super, super happy, smiley girl to, this is a picture of her. She had full-blown eye contact. She was super lovely, and she shut right down. And all she did at that moment was stare at the ceiling fan. So that was at noon. We had the shot at 10 a.m. 2 o'clock. We watched Richie shut off. All the giggles, all the smiles, again, failure to thrive. They lost all their reflexes. They stopped blinking, stopped yawning, stopped coughing, stopped sneezing. So that was 2 o'clock. We watched Richie shut down, and I couldn't breathe. But there we go. The worst is when we saw the final one shut down. Robbie looked like he was hit by a bus. Robbie, from that moment on, had a stunned look on his face. He lost his happiness. This is a first year picture? First birthday.
3 months after the shot.
3 months after the shot. They were no longer engaged in anything or anyone. They lost their smiles. They just were in their own little separate worlds. They never held hands again. They never looked at each other again. Vaccine injury is real. We were told it was genetic. And then we were told by geneticists that there's no possible way 3 children would shut off on the same day. That was absolutely statistically impossible, especially being 2 boys and 1 girl. So we were also told we could not sue anyone. We were told we signed for that shot. No doctors could be sued. No vaccine manufacturers could be sued. So we had severe autism spectrum disorder for all 3 kids entering kindergarten.
What happened is we woke up one morning and we had 3 happy, healthy 9-month-old children. By that evening, we took them for a vaccination. By that evening, they were autistic. What we said to our pediatrician is, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to do any more vaccinations until we know what happened here. What they said is, if you don't continue to do exactly what you did the day your children turned autistic, we're going to fire you from our practice. So
they broke up with us.
They broke up.
They sent us a lovely letter saying we were no longer welcome at their practice because we weren't going to continue well baby checks.
And that is the one decision that we'll never regret.
Mm-hmm. They can argue with families that your child, because it might be a single child, was genetic. They can try and put that back on the family and say somehow your genes are weak. But with us having 2 boys and 1 girl, they lose the argument with us, hands down. So we are the living proof that they're all lying.
Did you know that there is no autism amongst the Amish communities? Their vaccination rates are very low to non-existent. Coincidence? Dr. Frank Noonan, who has been treating Amish children for over 25 years, once said, "You'll find all the other stuff, but we don't find autism. We're right in the heart of Amish country and seeing none, and that's just the way it is." Dr. Dan Olmsted confirmed Noonan's findings. He called this phenomenon the Amish anomaly. Did you know that the American government has paid $4.5 billion as financial compensation as a result of vaccinations gone wrong? Mind you, not the vaccine producers had to pay for the damage caused. They made sure they are above the law with their non-liability disclosures. The American government paid, meaning the American taxpayer. Did you know that the exact same playbook was rolled out in 2009 for the swine flu pandemic and the COVID-19 pandemic in 2019? Everything was ready back in 2009, from face masks and quarantine to vaccinations. However, Wolfgang Wodarg, chairman of the Health Committee in the German Parliament and the European Council, spoke up. He showed the world that the big pharma vaccine producers had intentionally spread fear and panic about a relatively mild disease. According to Dr. Wodak, they had tempted the WHO into defining the swine flu as a pandemic. He branded the H1N1 outbreak as one of the greatest medical scandals of the century. He said, "We have had a mild flu and a false pandemic." What does that remind you of? Is this why the COVID pandemic was necessary? Because Dr. Wodak disrupted their narrative? You might ask yourself, where was Dr. Wodak in the COVID crisis? Oh, he was there all right. He spoke up, time and again, as we've shown you in our COVID documentary. But this time the Cabal was better prepared and used their propaganda machine, the mainstream media, to the fullest. The people were brainwashed into believing the narrative more than ever before, and Dr. Wodak's voice got lost in the endless repetition of the fear-mongering media outlets. He was set aside and shamed as yet another tinfoil hat conspiracy nutter, deranged and dangerous to our society. Did you know that 58% of infant deaths occurred within 3 days of vaccination and 75% within a week? Now those are the official numbers, meaning the real numbers are probably even higher. Ever heard of the sudden infant death syndrome, also known as cot death or crib death? It is the sudden unexplained death of a child of less than 1 year of age. SIDS usually occurs during sleep. In the US, about 3,400 babies die of SIDS each year. The sad truth is that parents whose baby died of SIDS were often accused of killing their baby by shaking it or by smothering it. Many of those parents ended up in jail. Many were innocent. Can you imagine the horror? First, your precious baby dies. Then you are accused of its death. Any possible connection with the vaccination the baby just received is fervently denied by the authorities. You are sentenced to several years in prison. Your family is destroyed, and you get the blame. God knows how many parents had to go through this hell and never fully recovered from it. When you hear what's actually in those vaccines, you will understand that the correlation between SIDS and vaccinations is not based on coincidence, as the CDC wants us to believe. Not only that, it is well known by the authorities and the vaccine producers. Now, if this doesn't make you mad, we don't know what will. So, here we go. Number 9. Did you know that the following adjuvants are used in vaccines? Thimerosal, a mercury-based preservative. For years, pro-vaxxers have been trying to deny the use of mercury in vaccines. Yet, thimerosal, and thus mercury, is present in the following vaccines. Also, DTaP vaccines are still recommended and administered to pregnant women. This slide is actually just a summary. This is the official list of risks. Feel free to pause. May be fatal if swallowed, inhaled, or in contact with skin. Can anybody please explain to us why we inject this poison into children? Then, our second vaccine ingredient, formaldehyde, an embalming fluid, present in the vaccines against. Still, the CDC assures the public that the small amounts of formaldehyde in vaccines are safe, but offers no studies to back such a claim. When the entire childhood vaccine schedule is taken into account, a child will have had almost 1,600 micrograms of formaldehyde injected into its body by the age of 6. Why the heck add an embalming fluid to a vaccine? Then, aluminum, yet another heavy metal, used in vaccines against. On day 1 of life, infants received 17 times more aluminum than would be allowed if doses were adjusted per body weight, which they are not. At the current time, there are no known or published studies specifically defining levels of aluminum in any vaccine product based on safety studies of aluminum. According to the FDA's guidelines, 850 micrograms of aluminum is what is deemed safe for an adult. However, the amounts of aluminum a tiny infant receives drastically surpasses the safety levels. Following the current vaccination schedule, an infant gets 1,225 micrograms of aluminum by 2 months of age, and 4,925 micrograms by 18 months. Furthermore, a safe level of aluminum has never been established for infants and children. Then, fetal tissue. Vaccines must be grown in a substrate, which simply means that it takes living tissue to grow the microscopic vaccine ingredients. For decades, that living tissue has been aborted fetus cells. This is common knowledge, but not many people know that an Italian research study performed by Cabal showed that the MMRV vaccine, manufactured by GlaxoSmithKline, contained an entire human genome. Now, the maximum limit of fetal DNA in vaccinations is set on 10 nanograms. This MMRV vaccine, however, went 325 times over that limit. This is both insane and outrageous. These so-called fetal cells are only used to grow viruses. Excuse used by vaccine manufacturers has turned out to be a plain lie. More studies have shown that vaccines contain unacceptably high levels of fetal DNA fragment contaminants. Oh, and by the way, this particular MMRV vaccine gave the researchers of Cabal an extra shock. Not only did they find an entire human genome, they also discovered as good as no rubella virus, which should have been there. Instead, they found an alarming amount of bacteria and viruses that should not have been there, some of which carcinogenic. And on top of that, they discovered fungi, yeast, and worms. That's right. The stuff we inject into little babies contain retroviruses of humans and birds, other viruses of monkeys and horses, immunodeficiency viruses of humans and monkeys, in other words, fragments of HIV, and platyhelminthes worms. But hey, vaccines are safe. Then, cancer cells. Vaccines contain cancer cells for the exact same reason they contain fetus tissue. Cancer cells too are excellent nutrient mediums. They have the capacity to speed up the growth of whatever grows on them. But, just like we just saw with the fetal tissue, it goes further than that. There have been quite a few scandals in the past about full-on cancer cells in, for instance, polio vaccines, that of course were efficiently swept under the carpet by the mainstream media. Last but not least, nagalase, an enzyme that is secreted by virus-infected cells and by cancerous cells in the process of tumor invasion. Please take a moment to let that sink in. Let me repeat. An enzyme that is secreted by virus-infected cells and by cancerous cells in the process of tumor invasion. How on earth can that be good? Well, it can't be good. And it isn't good. Nagalase prevents the body from producing its best friend, the natural immune booster called globulin component macrophage activating factor. GC-MAF activates macrophages, a certain type of white blood cells that attack cancer cells and other foreign invaders like a pit bull defending your body. But nagalase deactivates your pit bull. As a result, everything bad, like cancer, can grow in your body without limitations. High levels of nagalase have been found in patients with all sorts of cancer, autism, diabetes, immune disorders, plus viral and bacterial infections. Why on earth is this crap added to vaccines? Well, many doctors asked that same question. They started doing their own research and came up with the same shocking conclusion. Nagalase must have been added to the vaccines on purpose in order to slowly kill people. Not only that, they treated their patients with GC-MAF, the pit bull activator, and with outstanding results. Their research findings did not exactly receive a warm welcome. More than 100 American doctors who investigated nagalase in relation to cancer and autism ended up dead, murdered, suicided. If there's one thing we have learned from all our research, it's that the vaccine mafia accepts no opponents. And those who stand out, for instance because of their former connection to that same mafia, and or for having a great amount of followers on social media, are silenced without mercy. Hard to digest, isn't it? And the list that we have presented, both in this episode and the previous ones, is far from being complete. What about electronic cigarettes and vaporizers? Do you believe they offer a safe alternative to normal cigarettes? Forget it. They have turned out to be just as harmful. Scientific studies have proven that e-cigarettes can cause cancer, heart problems, lung injury, and that they can damage and change your DNA due to the chemicals present in e-cigarette aerosols. like for instance formaldehyde and acrolein. And what about LED lights? Pushed and sold as energy-saving delights. Yet, the blue light in LED light bulbs radiates ultraviolet light that damages the retina of your eyes. It suppresses the production of melatonin by a factor of 5, causing sleep and mood problems. And it affects the cancer-fighting abilities of your body, remember? Did they tell you that at the store where you bought them, after your government had prohibited the sales of the good old-fashioned light bulb? And did you know that every big pharma product is based on crude oil? Every pill you swallow? Every candle that you burn contains paraffin, a waste product of the petroleum industry, releasing carcinogenic chemicals. And did you know that microwave ovens destroy all nutrients in whatever meal you put in them? Did you know mammograms contain so much radiation that one's entire breast is not only painfully squashed, but also exposed to an upgrade in one's chances of getting cancer? We could go on and on and on. Everything was done by design. There are no coincidences here. The Cabal's deep desire to get rid of the vast majority of us has been worked out in detail in every branch of society, in every aspect of our lives. Whether we die fast through wars and disease, or slow by poisoning us, doesn't matter, as long as we're gone by 2050. Max 500 million may survive to serve as obedient slaves in a new world order under the King of Kings. So, how are they going to finish us off? The ultimately perfected weapon to kill off millions of people in one go has already been activated. Do you want to know just how bad it is and what you can do about it? Then follow me to part 18. At the end of our previous part, we promised to reveal to you the ultimate Cabal weapon, rolled out already and waiting for the start signal to kill millions of people in one go. You know by now that 5G is involved, right? The 60 gigahertz they have in store for us should do it. It should be sufficient in and of itself. But just to make sure our bodies will react to that frequency in the best possible way, the Cabal added a few more ingredients. This, my friends, is where COVID-19 comes in. The main COVID soup ingredients? Social distancing, face masks, nose swabs, PCR tests, quarantines, lockdowns, vaccinations, and fear. Now remember what we concluded at the end of our previous episode. All of this was done on purpose. Everything. Including, of course, the COVID pandemic. It was planned years ago as the depopulation agenda's crowning glory. Nobody knew what was about to unfold, except the Cabal. Their plan would turn out to be absolutely brilliant. Their strategy? Offering a solution to an all-encompassing problem. A problem so threatening, so frightening, that even the toughest among the useless eaters would beg for a solution. In the years and months leading up to the rollout of the Cabal's master plan, the necessary problem was fabricated in a way nobody had suspected. You see, it wasn't a killer virus made in China. We were all made to believe that narrative, but let's face it, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, as it's officially called, has never been isolated, purified, sequenced, characterized and proven to exist. Not by anyone, anywhere in the world. No scientist, no virologist, no Nobel Prize winner succeeded in doing so. Not one study fulfilled the gold standard of Koch's postulates. They all failed. Concerned researchers and scientists asked over 90 institutions worldwide if they could provide any records describing the isolation of a SARS-CoV-2 virus taken from a deceased human. Not one could do so. Not one. Was this ever proven in court? Yes, it was. In Canada, Patrick King had the nerve to be in a group with more than 10 people. He was fined $1,200 Canadian for violating the Alberta Public Health Act. King took it to court where he represented himself. He subpoenaed Dina Hinshaw, Chief Medical Officer of Health for Alberta, and asked her for proof of the SARS-CoV-2 virus being properly isolated. After all, only this would scientifically back the Alberta Public Health Act. Hinshaw was unable to deliver such proof. Scientifically speaking, there is no virus other than a digital theoretical abstraction made on a computer from a genomic database. Even the American CDC admitted they made a digital virus of 30,000 base pairs using 37 base pairs from unpurified samples. That's right, they used computer generation for the missing 29,963 base pairs. That, my dearest viewer, is called scientific fraud. But you weren't told this by Fauci, Gates, or any other mainstream media hotshot, right? To me, this computer generation step constitutes scientific fraud. Here is an equivalency. A group of researchers claim to have found a unicorn because they found a piece of a hoof, a hair from a tail, and a snippet of a horn. They then add that information into a computer and program it to recreate the unicorn. And they then claim this computer recreation is the real unicorn. Of course, they had never actually seen a unicorn, so could not possibly have examined its genetic makeup to compare their samples with the actual unicorn's hair, hooves, and horn. True science has no room for politics, majority rules, or consensus. Yet, according to Dr. Cohen, consensus was used to determine which digital SARS-CoV-2 model was the most real fake model. It went something like this. The researchers claim they decided which is the real genome of SARS-CoV-2 by consensus, sort of like a vote. Again, different computer programs will come up with different versions of the imaginary unicorn, so they come together as a group and decide which is the real imaginary unicorn. We're pretty sure that had they found a feather as well, the final consensus would have been something like this. And the people would have believed it because fraudulent scientists had said so. We hope you understand that we could stop this COVID episode right now. All that needed to be said has been said. COVID-19 has never been proven to exist. Those who say otherwise either lie to you in your face, or they haven't understood what it means to isolate a virus. Some fact checkers and even researchers believe that isolating means adding something to it, like monkey kidney cells and fetal bovine serum. That is not the scientific definition of isolation. The closest we have ever come to scientific evidence of an isolated virus is shown in this picture. COVID-19 has never been proven to exist. The end. So why did this nasty fairy tale continue? Well, let's just say that the majority of the 99% are easy to manipulate and mislead. And so, this episode continues. And to tell you the truth, the things we discovered while researching this most evil scam ever are so shocking and so much bigger than we suspected that we must continue exposing the Cabal's true face. You must look it in the eyes in order to understand that we, the people, have but one chance left to unite and fight the evil we are dealing with. So, back to our storyline. The plan to create a killer virus had failed. But they tried alright. Remember the Wuhan Institute of Virology? Millions of dollars went there from the US, from criminals like Anthony Fauci and Charles Lieber. Remember the Fauci emails that will cause his downfall? Please do some research on gain of function, the project where they try to create a virus that would be able to jump from bat to humans, and subsequently from humans to other humans. Now that last bit is a problem. Surely you've heard of Lyme disease. A virus-infected tick bites a human being and that human being gets sick. But he or she cannot transmit the disease to another person. Not by hugging, not by sneezing, not even by having sex. For a virus to adapt to the DNA of a new host, so it can feed itself and multiply, and then become highly contagious, takes many, many decades in nature. In this case, the Cabal simply ran out of time. Their original plan, in terms of creating a highly contagious and deadly virus, had failed. There was nothing more than an ordinary winter flu. Now those are the scientific facts, but of course the Cabal couldn't work with that. They needed a monster of a threat. A problem so great that we, the people, would beg for a solution. A common flu simply wouldn't do it. And so a narrative was created. A narrative about a killer virus from Wuhan. The story became bigger and bigger. China closed its borders, but the killer virus managed to escape and contaminate the entire world. The UN took control. The WHO worked day and night to fight this monster. The mainstream media spread the narrative like a real virus. and the people held their breath. Everywhere in the world, old people died of the flu. Like every flu season, each and every year. But the mainstream media, bought and raised by the Cabal, did their job magnificently. Every day, non-stop, they repeated their horror stories about the millions of people who would die in the coming months. Repetition, repetition, repetition. People were brainwashed to the extent of being only able to repeat what they had heard on the news. Those who raised critical questions were labeled conspiracy theorists. They were dangerous and should not be heard. They were to become the outcasts of society. Now, the funny thing is, most people still believe that this pandemic was a sudden outbreak. All of a sudden it was there at the beginning of 2020. Well, no, not correct. Let's have a look at some hard facts that will show us that the entire COVID-19 event was a well-prepared and rehearsed project. What happened? Remember the swine flu outbreak in the US in the spring of 2009? Well, according to the CDC's website, the WHO declared the swine flu a pandemic on June 11, which was insane, as only a few people had died from the infection. But it was spreading from the US to other countries, and that made it a pandemic. Now, if you're as old as we are, you know that this is not severe enough to be called a pandemic. Not even close. Our encyclopedias read, a pandemic consisted of simultaneous epidemic outbreaks worldwide with enormous numbers of deaths and illness. That was precisely the definition used by the WHO. Until May the 5th, 2009. On that day, 5 weeks before the official outbreak of the swine flu pandemic, the WHO quietly changed the definition by removing the severity and high mortality criteria. What was left? Just the spread of a disease over several countries. How convenient. Now guess what? The NIH denies that the definition of a pandemic was ever changed by the WHO. Shame on those who say otherwise. It has undermined the public trust in health officials. Seriously? Have a look at the evidence. Not that you can still find it on the WHO website. Everything has been deleted. But there's a magical tool called the Wayback Machine. You can delete all you want from the internet, but it never disappears. It just gets hidden in a different place when nobody looks for it. The Wayback Machine helps you track the original site, page, or even sentence. See for yourself. Just a random day in 2003. Enormous numbers of deaths and illness. March 2009. Enormous numbers of deaths and illness. May 4, 2009. Enormous numbers of deaths and illness. And then, May 5, 2009. A completely different story, but no real definition yet. They were still thinking about it, or so it seems. The next day they changed it again. May 6. A pandemic is a worldwide epidemic of a disease. Pandemics can be either mild or severe in the illness and death they cause. And it stayed that way. So, NIH, what exactly did you say again? The WHO did not change its definition of pandemic influenza. And what did you say to those who claimed the WHO did change the definition? It undermined the public trust in health officials. No shit! We wonder how that happened. And it only gets better. Let's have a look at the CDC's very own timeline. April 15, first human infection. April 17, second human infection. April 21, the CDC starts developing a candidate vaccine virus. My, 2 flu infections and, oh my God, we're all gonna die! We need a vaccine? But hey, let's not judge. They are the professionals, alright? They know what they're doing. One day later, April 22, the CDC activates its Emergency Operations Center. Wow, don't you feel safe knowing that these people are there for you when you need them? I mean, 2 people get a new kind of flu and voila! Ready to save lives. And look how professional that is. April 23, 2 more people are now infected. April 24, the CDC uploads complete gene sequences of the new virus to an international influenza database. Why am I thinking about unicorns right now? April 25, the WHO declares a public health emergency of international concern. Well, of course they did. 4 people down with the flu. What else could they do? April 28, the FDA approves a new CDC test to detect H1N1 infections. Wow, now that's what we call dedication. In 2 weeks' time, this test was both developed and FDA approved. In July, only 3 months after the first US infection, the CDC stopped keeping track of new infections or casualties.
We found was by the 3rd week in July, the CDC advised states to stop testing for individual cases of H1N1 flu, and they stopped counting individual cases. The rationale that the CDC gave was, well, why continue wasting resources tracking when we already have established there is an epidemic? Why continue wasting resources tracking when we already have established there is an epidemic?
What followed was identical to the SARS-CoV-2 script. But there were no lockdowns. It suddenly stopped. The WHO officially declared the end of the pandemic in August 2010. What happened? On October 21, 2009, CBS investigative reporter Cheryl Atkinson told Washington Unplugged that 3 months of investigation had proven that only a tiny percentage of suspected cases turned out to test positive for the swine flu.
If you've been diagnosed with probable or presumed 2009 H1N1 or swine flu in recent months, you may be surprised to know this. The odds are you didn't have H1N1 flu. In fact, you probably didn't have flu at all. Only a small fraction of cases that doctors flagged as most likely to be swine flu actually tested positive for swine flu at state labs. The vast majority of the cases were negative.
There were hardly any real cases. contrary to what the public was told by the mainstream media. But Atkinson's shocking discoveries were not aired on TV. It was Dr. Wolfgang Wodark, lung specialist and former chair of Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, who told the world that the swine flu was only a mild flu. He called the WHO's false pandemic flu campaign one of the greatest medicine scandals of the century. Dr. Wodark was a well-respected and very well-known physician and politician. His message reached many millions of people. It seems like the Cabal had not expected this. They must have been outraged. How could one man bust up their plans? And so, they worked their evil plan towards perfection. You see, Dr. Wodark told the people there was no pandemic on TV. And it was this communication where things went wrong. The solution lied in the ultimate deployment of all communication means and methods. Years of fine-tuning went by. And then, almost 5 years before the official outbreak of COVID-19, in 2015, Bill Gates told the world that the next great deadly threat to humanity would not be a war, but a virus.
Today, the greatest risk of global catastrophe doesn't look like this. Instead, it looks like this. If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highly infectious virus rather than a war.
He even showed the H1N1 virus, eerily similar to our future COVID-19 global enemy. Nobody realized what he had just proclaimed, except, of course, the adepts, the Cabal insiders. The stage had been set. Then, 2 years before the official outbreak, in 2017, the World Bank used its WITS software to look into its crystal ball. And guess what they saw? They saw the COVID-19 pandemic 2 years into the future. And so, the World Bank decided it would be best for humanity and for the world as a whole to produce and distribute millions of COVID-19 test kits. That's right. A special test kit was invented to help fight a virus that didn't even exist just yet. My, what a gift! WITS produced an exports list per country for COVID-19 test kits. Product code 300215. Now, of course, our fact-checkers deny anything and everything, saying the export product wasn't COVID-19 test kits, but medical test kits. Well, that is only true after people started noticing and reporting the World Bank's rare ability to see into the future, which occurred in 2019. Product 300215 was quickly changed into medical test kits. Thank you once again, Wayback Machine, for bringing the truth back to us. And it happened again with a different product code, 902780. So, not a glitch in the software, but true paranormal abilities to predict the future, my friends. Or plain fraud. You decide. Oh, and it wasn't just test kits. It was also swab and viral transport medium sets. Product code 382100. All the way back to 2017. This is the version of the World Bank. Category medical test kits. But using the Wayback Machine, category COVID-19 test kits. The same happened in 2018. So, the fact-checkers can scream bloody murder, but these are the facts. You can delete your inconvenient truths from the internet all you want, but they'll never disappear. One just needs to know how to find one's way in digital archives. This, dearest viewers, is the naked truth. Even though the name COVID-19 wasn't introduced by the WHO until February the 11th, 2020, it was already in use for years behind the scenes, full on, to prepare their wicked plandemic. That's right, not a pandemic, but a plandemic. Planned years in advance, as the ultimate weapon to create a new world order. Do you want more evidence? Oh, don't worry, we'll supply it, promise. What else? Also in 2017, a complete guide was written called The Sparse Pandemic 2025-28, a futuristic scenario for public health risk communicators, by the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. It described the complete picture of the planned COVID-19 pandemic. Seriously. Of course it wasn't called COVID-19, but it was pretty darn close. They called it a novel coronavirus. What a funny coincidence that COVID-19 was actually called novel coronavirus during the first weeks of the outbreak. Oh, and it was a SARS, a severe acute respiratory syndrome. But in this fictitious, futuristic case, it was called SPARS, after the town of St. Paul, where the first outbreak of the disease occurred. How original. In all fairness, the Johns Hopkins Center had outdone themselves. In their futuristic guide, they had thought of everything. The main focus was on communication challenges, for instance concerning the development and rollout of a vaccine that had severe side effects. Every single detail had been worked out, including the vital role of the mainstream media and the use of social media. And of course, there were communication skills on how to deal with anti-vaxxers, how to overrule them, for instance, by means of commercials with VIPs. Movie stars promoting the vaccine, or by inventing an interview with an alleged anti-vaxxer whose child got infected and could only be saved at the very last minute by the vaccine. Of course, the manual was entirely fictional. Unreal, isn't it? 2017. Everything was meticulously planned and brilliantly executed. Well done, Johns Hopkins Center. Or should we say, well done, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. In 2019, once again before COVID-19 was ever mentioned, the Cabal played 3 little games with us by shamelessly showing what they had in mind for us. First, Netflix aired Pandemic, How to Prevent an Outbreak, a series about the development of a universal vaccine. Who was the main sponsor of this series? Bill Gates. Then, there were 2 carefully planned simulation exercises. One in Wuhan, of all places, and one in New York. In September, at Jianghe Airport, Wuhan, the infection of a passenger with a coronavirus was staged. 1 month later, Event 201, a global pandemic exercise, took place in New York, enacting the outbreak of, yet again, a coronavirus. It was a partnership of the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security with the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. A lot of emphasis during this exercise was put on the problem of disinformation about vaccines. Misinformation and disinformation are likely to be serious threats during a public health emergency, Unfortunately, thus far, there are limited ways to control the propagation of misinformation, leading to potentially draconian methods to manage this problem. Everything was done on purpose. Unfortunately, the world wasn't paying attention just yet. It was in our face, but we had no idea what was about to unfold. Do you want to see what happened next, in a way it wasn't presented to you before? Then follow me to part 19. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? Here we are in the midst of a pandemic, caused by a virus that was never isolated and thus never proven to exist. But for some reason, politics is almighty powerful compared to science, and so insanity struck to the point where the world would never be the same again. It started with social distancing and face masks. Every news channel, every newspaper, every talk show, all they could write, talk and scream hysterically about was COVID-19. Road signs appeared, reiterating the importance of social distancing. By keeping a distance of at least 6 feet or 1.5 meters, one would be safe. If you ignored, you could die. Or worse, you could kill somebody else. Hugging belonged to the past. Any form of physical closeness was potentially extremely dangerous. Repetition, repetition, repetition. 24/7. Combined with horror stories from Italy, we, the people, got scared. The first wave, not of a virus but of fear, hit the shores of just about every country in the world. And when fear takes over, rational thinking becomes difficult, if not impossible. Nobody told us that the Italians who died during that first so-called outbreak were of very old age. They had all been vaccinated early 2019 with an experimental flu shot, a cocktail of 4 different types of influenza, among which H1N1, the swine flu. When they were hit with the autumn flu, their immune system was down. They didn't stand a chance. Then, the first official numbers were published. Mostly old people were dying of this monster virus. Children were perfectly safe, and adults were as good as safe. The elderly had a 5.5% chance of dying. Those who pointed out that a survival rate of 94.5% was pretty darn good for people who had already outlived the average life expectancy were scorned for being selfish, extremely irresponsible, and racist. How dare they? The epidemiology modelling team at Imperial College London, led by the physicist Neil Ferguson, presented their official predictions. If nothing was done to stop this virus, 81% of the US population would be infected, of which 2.2 million would die. The UK would count 510,000 deaths. My! Those predictions were absolutely horrifying. God only knows why Neil Ferguson and Imperial College London were asked for their opinion in the first place. They had a history of highly exaggerated numbers that were always way off. according to the American Institute for Economic Research. Although Ferguson's team has a bad habit of falsely claiming credit for saving millions of lives premised upon these apocalyptic numbers, the truth is they all amounted to wild exaggerations from a fundamentally flawed model. Why on earth did UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson listen to this disgrace of a scientist? Would you believe a man who predicted the following in the past? 2002, Ferguson predicted 150,000 people would probably die in the UK as a result of BSE in beef. Really? Well, no. In reality, only 177 people died. 2005, Ferguson predicted 150 million people would probably die as a result of the bird flu. In reality, only 282 people died worldwide. 2009, Ferguson predicted 65,000 people would probably die in the UK as a result of the swine flu. In reality, only 457 people died. Would you choose this man, of all scientists out there, to advise your government on how to handle COVID-19 in your country? When Ferguson was confronted with his fundamentally flawed model and his huge mistakes, he tried to blame the model, stating it was 13 years old and not really made for COVID-19, but for a flu epidemic in general. Then, when he was asked to share his model with the scientific world, he refused. Why? Because he knew perfectly well it was complete and utter bullshit. It took him 6 months to rewrite the model and present something that still didn't make any sense. When Ferguson was asked why the real UK numbers were so much lower than his predictions, his prompt answer was that this was because of his excellent recommendations. When confronted with a situation in Sweden that refused to lock down or implement any other severe COVID restrictions, yet had quite low COVID casualties, his answer was that, no doubt, the numbers could have been much lower if they had implemented his brilliant recommendations. On top of everything else, he ignored his own advice and thus the COVID restrictions by inviting his secret lover into his home. When this became common knowledge, he resigned from his position as a government advisor on SAGE, the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies. Wow, how noble and just. If it weren't for the fact that that too was just another lie. Until today, Ferguson is part of both SAGE and Advisory Committee SPY-M. He also is acting director of the Vaccine Impact Modelling Consortium based at Imperial College London and financed by Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that actually owns Gavi and that granted Imperial College London millions of dollars. Long story short, once again we are witnessing utterly corrupted politics and bribed science, working together to impose something on the people that the people hadn't asked for to begin with. Professor Lockdown and Boris Johnson rolled out a strategy to take the freedoms away from the British people under the pretense of protecting them against a killer virus that didn't exist. But that they kept to themselves. And so, in 2020, government policies were quickly adapted to Ferguson's hysteric and completely unrealistic warnings. New restrictions were laid out. We were no longer to visit our elderly parents and grandparents. No hugging, definitely no hugging, and preferably no visits in general. Children were told in school that they might kill their grandparents if they disobeyed. This insane and inhumane programming led to deep emotional and psychological trauma. Feelings of guilt overtook these children, who were told they were basically murderers in waiting, Unless, of course, they did as they were told by the government, completely overruling and ignoring their own feelings. When they screamed for their grandparents, they were told off about how selfish they were. Shame was added to their feelings of guilt. Some people stood in front of the care homes and sang songs for the abandoned elderly, but the police removed them. They were attracting attention to the site and the situation, and that was not desirable. The elderly were isolated from the rest of society and from their families. Many became depressed and lost their will to live. Many died as a result, not from COVID, but from loneliness. Families were torn apart. Feelings of guilt, shame, anger and grief became common ground. Yet, the people complied. There was another reason why so many elderly died during the first wave in the spring of 2020. And this is where it gets really shocking. In March 2020, the British people were told to stay at home in order to protect the NHS and to save lives. The authorities just needed 3 weeks to flatten the curve. What happened in those 3 weeks? First of all, many hospitals were ordered to move elderly patients with respiratory problems to care homes. As many as possible, which is rather strange when you think about it. I mean, people are not administered to a hospital for fun, right? But it happened. On March 19, a directive was sent out to the NHS saying all patients who did not require a hospital bed had to be discharged, as in right now. The NHS workers were obliged to follow the new directive. They had precisely 1 hour to get those patients out of bed and into their clothes, after which they had another 2 hours to take them from the hospital to their new home, in most cases a care home. Did those patients have a voice in this at all? No, they did not. Their beds had to be empty for COVID-19 patients, those poor sufferers of a virus that had not been proven and would never be proven to exist. This directive was most efficient, as you can see in this graph. Only 62% occupancy of hospital beds remained, 30% down compared to previous years. So, what happened to those patients who ended up in care homes? They were euthanized. Do we have evidence for such a brutal claim? Yes, we do. But we must warn you, for this is truly as ugly as it possibly gets. You might even realize for the first time what happened to your parents or grandparents and why they suddenly died. You see, all of a sudden, in April 2020, there was a great increase in deaths in care homes. No less than 26,541 people died in April 2020 alone, an increase of 17,850 on the 5-year average. That's an awful lot of excess deaths in just 1 month. What happened? They were given midazolam. That's what happened. But you weren't told, were you? And neither were they. Midazolam is a very strong sedative, used among other things to relieve anxiety and fear. It is also used in lethal injections in the US, combined with 2 other drugs. The NHS workers were told to ease the suffering of the patients who were removed from their hospital beds and were now in their care home beds. Most of them had respiratory problems, so wouldn't it be nice to give them an intravenous cocktail of morphine and midazolam? Sounds sweet, doesn't it? Well, it wasn't. You see, midazolam affects the central nervous system, and thus a person's breathing. Midazolam is the last drug on earth these patients should have been given. It causes shallow, slowed or temporarily stopped breathing that may lead to permanent brain injury or death. Furthermore, midazolam is dangerous for elderly patients in general, also for those who don't even have breathing problems. If given at all, it should be done at a very low dosage. This is what would have been safe, according to a policy that was in place before the COVID-19 outbreak scam. A dosage for the elderly should not be greater than 0.5 milligram, max 1 milligram. However, during the outbreak, this policy was changed into the following: a starting dose of 2.5 milligrams and, if necessary, pump it up to 5 or even 10 milligrams. Who on earth changed these policies? The same people who had those thousands of patients removed from hospitals to care homes. The same who advised administering midazolam in the first place. The same who knew damn well what the effects would be. The very same who ordered insane amounts of midazolam at the beginning of 2020. So much so, it had to be imported from France. That's right. A 2-year supply of a killer drug was imported from France. It was all used up by October of that same year. Not as part of the anesthesia during surgery, as was the official explanation. There were no surgeries during these COVID months. They were postponed by the same criminals, guilty of genocide of 26,500 people who died in April 2020 alone in care homes. Those people choked to death. Midazolam side effect, significant depression of respiration, killed them. They suffocated. What was written on their death certificates? Cause of death, COVID-19. Who are the criminals behind this evil scheme? Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Matt Hancock. GP and Member of Parliament, Dr. Luke Evans. And the Department of Health. Here they are, deliberating their midazolam stockpile to make sure they were ready for the kill.
A good death needs 3 things. It needs equipment, it needs medication, and it needs the staff to administer it. So in terms of equipment, a few quick questions. Do you have enough syringe drivers in the NHS to deliver medications to keep people comfortable when they're passing away?
Yes, right now we do.
And the second one is with that's to the syringe drivers deliver medication, particularly things like midazolam and morphine. Do you have any precautions put in place to make sure we have enough of those medications to be delivered?
Yes, we've got a big project to make sure that those sorts of medications, as well as the ITU medications that I spoke about earlier, that the supply chains, the global supply chains for those medicines are clear.
The so-called good death Hancock and Evans talked about means euthanasia. What you just witnessed was part of a parliamentary committee meeting in which euthanizing the elderly in care homes by means of midazolam and morphine was openly dealt with. Did they act on their own accord? Of course not. The Department of Health, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, each and every puppet of the cabal presently seated in the British government were part of this grand euthanasia scheme of the elderly, as part of the global sustainable development goals and thus the depopulation agenda. Shocking to see it in action, isn't it? Yet another must they pushed down the throats of the NHS workers was to add a do not resuscitate notice on the files of the care home residents. If their hearts or lungs stopped working, that was it. no resuscitation, please, as that did not exactly fit the depopulation agenda. Just let them die, the useless eaters. Oh, and of course, nobody told the residents or their loved ones a thing. The 3 weeks the authorities needed to flatten the curve was invented to intentionally end the lives of 26,500 people. That's why the British people had to stay home. Not to protect the NHS or to save lives, but to let the cabal execute their evil euthanasia program. This didn't just happen in the UK. It happened in Australia, the US, and in many other countries. When Wayne Smith unravelled the midazolam scandal after his father died in his care home, he exposed what he had found. He was subsequently found dead in his home in August 21. Rest in peace, Wayne Smith, and all midazolam victims. You will be remembered. Back to our storyline of fake pandemics and corrupt politicians. Face masks were introduced, an insane measure, as any virologist could have told you. You see, a virus is so eeny-weeny tiny, it goes straight through the fabric of any type of face mask. It's like trying to keep the mosquitoes out by putting up a wire netting fence. The cabal was laughing in our face. The CDC, NIH, the WHO, the Dutch RIVM, they all admitted on camera that face masks are not effective against viruses.
Right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks.
You're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is.
Fauci later changed his opinion, now recommending people to wear 2 or even 3 masks on top of each other. When he was confronted with his earlier statements about face masks being useless, he stated that he had lied. Why? Because he was afraid there would be a shortage of surgical masks if everybody would stop buying them. In order to keep the doctors safe, he had lied to the people, which means that if he did believe the masks worked, he just didn't care that people died, as long as the doctors kept living? Interesting statement. But as it turned out, Fauci wasn't lying. At least, not that time.
Should you wear a mask if you're healthy?
No.
That's right. He really said it.
Should you wear a mask if you're healthy?
No.
Het instituut toont dat ongeveer 200.000 personen tenminste een week een mondkapje moeten dragen om misschien, en dan zeg ik nog misschien erbij, één geval van besmetting te voorkomen, van overdracht te voorkomen. Dus een buitengewoon klein effect weten we momenteel.
Omdat er vanuit medisch oogpunt geen bewezen effectiviteit is van mondkapjes, heeft het kabinet besloten dat er geen landelijke verplichting komt voor het dragen van niet-medische mondkapjes. Vanuit het Veiligheidsberaad kwam wel breed het verzoek om lokaal maatwerk gericht op gedragsbeïnvloeding, dus niet zozeer medisch gerelateerd, maar wel gericht op gedragsbeïnvloeding, om dat instrumentarium toch eens stevig onder de loep te nemen. En ook te kijken waar zou je mee kunnen experimenteren. Waaronder dus ook bijvoorbeeld met mondkapjes. Maar dan gaat het vooral over nieuwe methoden, gericht op gedragsbeïnvloeding en ook te bemeten op het effect.
There was no pandemic. It was all just a behavioral experiment. That's why policies changed, time and again. Not because they made sense. Not because they were backed up by new scientific discoveries, but because they wanted to see how and to what extent they could manipulate people's behavior. What did it take for the people they so despised to change their behavior at the Cabal's command? How could they use fear as their ultimate tool to steer the useless eaters by a mere snap of their fingers? Like gods playing with their creation. Like cats playing with mice before finishing them off with one final blow. Do you want to see how quickly and how ugly things escalated? Then follow me to part 20. It was all about influencing our behavior. In other words, it was, and still is, manipulation of the masses. They said it in our face, but for some reason, the people didn't hear it. Once fear is struck, ears are closed. We, the people, were forced to wear face masks, even though they all knew they offered no protection whatsoever. The elite Cabal members and their puppets in high places pretend to wear masks, or they don't even bother at all. They are obviously above the law. We hope you realize that these Cabal members and puppets know very well that what we've said in our previous part is true. The SARS-CoV-2 virus has not been proven to exist because it doesn't exist. It is a common flu that was and is exploited to the fullest through their fear-mongering mainstream media. Do you really think they would risk their lives? Royalty? Hollywood celebrities? Politicians? Think again. If there truly was a deadly virus out there, they would be the first to wear a mask, to wash their hands, to keep social distancing, and to self-quarantine. They are showing you it is all fake. In our home country, the royal family went on holiday in the midst of the pandemic, after each and every Dutch citizen was urged to stay at home due to the ever-increasing risk of catching COVID and dying. While enjoying the delights of Greece, they forgot to wear masks. How clumsy, in a time when their citizens were fined and even thrown in jail for forgetting to wear theirs. Oh, and then there was the famous wedding of our Minister of Justice and Security, Ferdinand Grapperhaus. This man is extremely strict and righteous. He makes sure there's 24/7 surveillance for everybody, and those who break the COVID rules are punished in ways they'll never forget. He even said on camera how he felt about people partying in these dangerous COVID times.
En ik kan me alleen maar één ding zeggen, als je nu in deze omstandigheden een huisfeest houdt, waar gewoon iedereen kan raden dat het niet mogelijk is om die 1,5 meter aan te houden, dan ben je een stel aso's. Ik zeg het gewoon keihard, dan ben je echt een stel aso's. Doe dat nou niet, dan ben je een stel aso's.
Now, this man got married and had a lovely party in a time of obliged face masks, social distancing, and a ban on partying in general. Our Minister of Justice and Security, that's right, the same man who allows the political pedo party and their nauseating manual to exist, the same man who, after much pressure from the citizens, set up a special committee to investigate satanic ritual child abuse in the Netherlands, a committee for which he appointed both the chair and the first member, with whom he concocted that their findings would first be shared with him before being presented to the House of Representatives, which means the committee is far from being independent. It is part of the Ministry of Justice, causing victims now not to come forward and testify, as they identified some of their rapists and torturers as high government officials within that same ministry. The same man who now refuses to dissolve that committee and form a new one which is truly independent. That man, Ferdinand Grapperhaus, broke all the COVID rules at his own wedding and gave the Dutch citizens the finger. When they got furious, he apologized, gave a symbolic donation to the Red Cross, and paid a symbolic fine for one person, namely himself, instead of the entire gang. The man had obviously lost his mind. I mean, who on earth would hug his mother-in-law? Do realize that the Dutch Minister of Justice and Security now had a criminal record. In the Netherlands, you cannot have a job as a civil servant if you have a criminal record, unless you are the Minister of Justice. In that case, you just say sorry. Right after this inconvenient occurrence, Prime Minister Rutte sided with Grapperhaus. He defended him, so he didn't have to resign. Grapperhaus took the immediate opportunity to state he wanted to see if a convicted COVID violation could be taken off a criminal record. In general, of course, not just for himself. Well, maybe they're smarter than we give them credit for. You see, Grapperhaus's wedding scandal turned out to be a decoy, a distraction away from something he didn't want in the limelight. What happened? On June 27, 2020, investigative journalist platform Argos released their shocking audio documentary about satanic ritual child abuse in the Netherlands, which created quite a storm. Both the Dutch people and the House of Representatives insisted upon an official investigation into this horrific topic. But our Minister of Justice and Security didn't want that. God only knows why. Knowing that a simple no would not find favour, he used his wedding as a decoy. He turned it into a scandal by ignoring the COVID rules. I mean, do you really think he didn't know he'd be in trouble once those photos were seen by the people? And oh my, they were published in each and every magazine and newspaper you can think of. Five days later, Grapperhaus quietly wrote a letter refusing to set up a committee to investigate satanic ritual child abuse. Instead of listening, as our Minister of Justice, for God's sake, to the horrific accounts of the victims who had stepped forward after hearing the Argos documentary and realizing they were not alone, Grapperhaus denied them everything, indirectly calling them insane liars. But nobody noticed because of the wedding scandal. It was only because of some persistent people that Grapperhaus formed the committee that is now under fire. When Gideon van Meijeren spoke up for the victims and asked Grapperhaus why he refused to form a new committee independent of the Ministry of Justice, Grapperhaus was furious. When van Meijeren pointed out once again that some of the alleged offenders are working within his ministry, this was his response.
Dit accepteer ik niet. Dat zeg ik tegen de hele Kamer. Echt, ik accepteer het gewoon niet. Ik vind het schunnig.
Please stay safe, Gideon. You are one of the very few who give the people a voice. There are not many heroes out there, but you are definitely one of them. That's the Netherlands these days, my friends, with our own version of the bold and the beautiful. This artistic wall cost the Dutch taxpayer €200,000. A common joke in the Netherlands is, can somebody please throw a hit for a change? Back to our storyline. Like we said less than 10 minutes ago and in our previous episode, all of this was just a behavioral experiment. Phase 1 went just as they had expected. The majority of the population was now wearing a mask, like good, obedient citizens. We, the people, were told to only buy the non-medical masks, as the real ones were only for surgeons to use. On the packaging of the non-medical masks, one can read they offer no protection against COVID-19 viruses. But guess what? People obeyed. The majority of the people the Cabal so looked down upon complied with their ridiculous rules as part of their behavioral experiment, the new normal. This is a safe place, so you can take off your mask. But when you need to go to the toilet and you stand up to leave your seat, you are highly contagious and you are in mortal danger, so you must put it back on. In our home country, it was the NS, Dutch Railways, that started the mask mandate. People who disobeyed were violently thrown out of the train, either by the ticket inspectors or by the police. To be honest, we were not surprised, as it was the NS that deported the Jews to the death camps in World War II. The NS has always been more interested in profit than in ethics. What did surprise us was how easy it was to subjugate people to their will. Instead of massively boycotting Dutch railways and bringing them to their knees by destroying their profits, people complied. The rules became weirder and weirder. We now had to wear a mask at the beach too. If all coronaviruses are spread via aerosols, meaning by exhaling, sneezing or coughing, wouldn't it all just disappear into thin air at the beach? But then again, who were we to question the capabilities of the doctors on TV or our governments, who had our best interest at heart, So, wear your damn mask at the beach. Those who disobeyed were arrested and dragged into a police van, with violence if needed. After all, it was for your own health. We could have known the doctors on TV were paid by those who made massive profits from the COVID project. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation the Rockefeller Foundation, and all the other so-called philanthropists we exposed in our previous parts. Do you really think they would allow independent scientists to speak to the public? Of course not. The first thing they would say is, look, a virus is way too tiny to be withheld by a mask. They would show scientific evidence to prove it. That was not the idea. The idea was to see how easy it was to terrify and suppress the people, to take all their freedoms away one by one so they wouldn't notice it, and then finally to get rid of them once and for all. And it worked. Fear kept them submissive and right where they belonged, bent and about to break under the oppression by the Cabal. As time went by, the warning signs were extended to shopping centres, parks, even to ancient sites. Now, it's not that we underestimate the importance of science in general. Some things just need to be said, right? But, I mean, seriously? How old do they think we are, 5? Now, the strangest thing is that no efforts were made to collect and destroy the worn and thus contaminated masks. They were everywhere. Yet, the people went along as if it were the most natural thing in the world. They had been successfully brainwashed into believing that COVID-19 was highly contagious and dangerous, yet contaminated masks did not have to be handled as such. No questions were asked. Even when these videos went viral on social media, people clung to the false security of their masks, like a child clinging to its security blanket. Medical professionals stepped forward, warning people about the dangers of wearing masks all the time. They pointed out the chronic lack of oxygen that could cause fatigue, headaches, dizziness.
I'm going to test oxygen level under a mask using an OSHA-approved air quality monitor that tests for oxygen levels, hazardous gas levels, LEL, CO, NH3, H2S, stuff like that. This monitor is bump tested every day. It's calibrated every 30 days. OSHA requires 19.5% oxygen to work in a space. Look it up. Normal oxygen levels is anywhere from 20 to 21, right in that area. So I'm gonna do a little test here. I'm gonna put the sampling tube at the corner of my mouth, and I'm not exerted. I'm just standing here. So we're gonna put it right here. That's going straight to the air quality monitor. 20.5. You can hear the alarm going off. That means that there is a hazardous atmosphere. And we'll see what the levels are. If you're wondering about headaches and stuff like that, there's why. Because you're not getting enough oxygen.
Lung specialists spoke up, warning us about the whole new type of lung disease they predicted would arise due to the inhalation of fibers in the masks. Please realize that face masks contain polymers, as in plastics, awful to inhale all day, and even worse for the environment. Or they contain PTFE, a carcinogen made from synthetic fluoride and linked to a variety of health issues, including cancer. The delusional madness of forcing children to wear face masks blatantly ignores expert warnings. The child needs the brain to learn, and the brain needs oxygen to function. We don't need a clinical study for that. This is simple, indisputable physiology. This well-known German neurologist and neurophysiologist, Dr. Marguerite Gries-Brison, warns of a tsunami of dementia years down the road because of oxygen deprivation from wearing masks today. Are you willing to risk your brain to scientifically unfounded, politically motivated mandates? The re-inhalation of our exhaled air will without a doubt create oxygen deficiency and a flooding of carbon dioxide. We know that the human brain is very sensitive to oxygen deprivation. There are nerve cells, for example in the hippocampus, that can't be longer than 3 minutes without oxygen. They cannot survive. The acute warning symptoms are headaches, drowsiness, dizziness, issues in concentration, slowing down of reaction time, reactions of the cognitive system. However, when you have chronic oxygen deprivation, all of those symptoms disappear because you get used to it. But your efficiency will remain impaired and the undersupply of oxygen in your brain continues to progress. Pediatricians stepped forward. They were convinced that babies and infants wearing masks would have retarded development in life due to a chronic lack of oxygen. They all warned us. Face masks could severely affect your ability to think clearly. It turned out they were right. Some police officers, too, were unable to think clearly. Even though medical exemptions from wearing a mask were allowed by the government, quite a few of them couldn't remember that, probably due to the lack of oxygen in their brains.
Get off of me! Get off! Let go of his vest. Let go of his vest. He's fucking choking me! He's choking me! What the choking me, dude? What the fuck? You're fucked in the head! You're fucked! What the fuck are you doing to me? What have I done? What have I done? You just tell me what the fuck I've done. What have I done wrong? You just kicked me in the chest.
Yeah, but you're choking her. As a man on a girl, and you choked her. For what? For a mask? For not having a mask? Look how pathetic you are. She doesn't have a mask. Are you serious? Are you serious? Just for not having...
the Cabal had us right where they wanted us, unable to think straight, paralyzed by fear, just about ready to sell our souls for a redeeming solution to this great pandemic. We washed our hands a dozen times a day, using hand sanitizer, of course, just like our leaders told us to. It didn't matter that our skin started blistering. It didn't matter that the hand sanitizer killed good germs too, the ones we need for a strong immune system. It didn't matter that those same hand sanitizers contain toxic methanol that, if absorbed by the skin in certain amounts, can lead to methanol poisoning with a variety of symptoms, ranging from headaches, nausea and dizziness, to vision problems, loss of consciousness, even death. It all didn't seem to matter as fear had taken over and leaders with solutions, no matter how insane, now had the faith of the people. The COVID rules and regulations made them feel safe. However, to the great dismay of the Cabal, more and more people stepped forward, uttering criticism about the COVID policies. Some of them had put face masks under a microscope and found the disturbing presence of things that should not have been there. What we are looking at here are called Morgellons. Morgellons are tiny fibers that cause something called Morgellons disease. Patients describe the feeling of something alive crawling and biting underneath their skin, like tiny insects. They often have nasty wounds that just won't heal. Some endure terrible itches. Many feel chronically exhausted and suffer from memory loss and confusion. Their muscles ache. They have spasms, their liver is enlarged, their bone structure degenerates. Tiny fibers of different colors and black specks come crawling out of their skin. Doctors have absolutely no idea what they are and how they enter the body or how to get rid of them. For a long time, the CDC's humble yet condescending opinion was that it was just a delusional parasitosis, meaning a parasite that only exists in one's imagination. But after a lot of incoming reports, the CDC decided to change the name from delusional parasitosis to an unexplained skin condition known as Morgellons. According to Dr. Hildegard Stanninger, who studied them for years, Morgellons are not parasites. They are 100% man-made through nanotechnology. Now the creepy thing is, they can be found in places where you don't expect them. In chemtrail samples, meaning they are sprayed down on us. In face masks, nose swabs, and vaccines. You don't believe us? Let us show you the evidence, which, by the way, is very easy to find. All you have to do is a little experiment. Let's start with a mask, shall we? Place the mask over a bowl of hot water, which resembles the effect of your exhalation, hot and moisture. Now put the mask under a microscope and behold, Morgellons in your face mask. Man-made nanobot technology fibers that behave like parasites, that are activated when you breathe into your mask because of your body heat, and that react to magnets. They do not burn when exposed to extreme heat. What's more, they move towards little pieces of food left behind in your mask. What the f are they doing in your face mask? Do you realize that you actually inhale these things? Do we even know what they do once they are inside your lungs? The Dutch RIVM wrote about this enigma on its website. Yes, indeed there are nanoparticles in face masks, and we don't have a clue as to whether or not this has any negative effects on people. My, don't you just love their honesty? One would expect the people to wake up by now, right? We remember turning the TV on to see footage of millions of Dutch people burning their masks and celebrating their reclaimed unlimited access to oxygen. Now that even the RIVM had admitted something fishy was going on with those masks. But no, to our astonishment, we saw the same droning repetition of fear-mongering emphasis on the importance of face masks and social distancing. Fear had struck. Insanity was the result. That it was all just a behavioral experiment was made excessively clear by fun little experiments such as these. What started off as a virus had turned into an IQ test. A societal rupture started to become visible. One group believed the official narrative, the other group did not, or was at least having some serious doubts. This rupture was only the beginning of the sad alienation between people, not just within societies, but also within families and among friends. The believers could no longer identify with the disbelievers, and vice versa. The divide and conquer strategy of the Cabal was once again victorious. Was it enough to take away our identity, like they did in the old days with the slaves? Or did they have more in store for us? Let's find out in part 21. Short recap. We're dealing with mass hysteria about an alleged killer virus that was never isolated by scientists and thus never proven to exist. Period. Yet, brought to you and lied to you by bribed scientists who sold their soul to make you believe that you and your loved ones are in mortal danger. Face masks and hand sanitizers, made obligatory by corrupt governments, have turned out to be toxic and carcinogenic. Not enough oxygen, too much carbon dioxide, skin diseases, lung diseases, retarded development in infants. We were warned by all the unbribed professionals. But the people didn't hear it, due to the everlasting fear-mongering repetition of the mainstream media. The notorious nose swab was introduced. Not an ordinary cotton swab, but a genuine professional nylon fiber swab that have been sterilized with ethylene oxide, which is toxic and carcinogenic, that contain morgellons, the same nanoparticles we found in face masks, that leave sharp fibers behind deep inside your nasal cavity, that contain the notorious DARPA hydrogel, that contain nanobots called theragrippers that in all probability contain the vaccine that may damage either your facial nerve or your olfactory nerve, or both. And if your blood-brain barrier is damaged in the process, a tissue that protects your brain against anything that is not supposed to enter it, you are officially buggered. Your limbic system will bear the detrimental consequences, which may shorten your life expectancy considerably. That's a lot to take in, isn't it? We fully understand if you don't believe us at this point, but let's take a closer look at the evidence, shall we? Number 1. Nose swabs are sterilized with ethylene oxide, a toxic carcinogenic gas. Now, according to the officials who are pushing the nose swabs down our noses, it's completely safe and nothing to worry about. Well, they're lying. Again. Nose swabs contain 50 times the maximum allowed amount of ethylene oxide. 50 times! Why? Is that really necessary for something that children now have to sniff each and every day before being allowed to go to school in some countries? Number 2. Nose swabs contain Morgellons. Remember them from part 20? Those nanobot creepy crawlies in face masks that people inhale all day long? Well, I guess it wasn't enough to add them to just the masks, for they are in your nose swabs as well. Easy to test for yourself. They become active at body temperature, so hold the nose swab over a bowl of hot water and just wait. Use a magnifying glass or a microscope to see the filthy little critters that you push up your nose every time you do a nose swab. If you're lucky, they'll remain in your nasal cavity. If not, they will enter your brain. More about which in a bit. Number 3. Nose swabs leave sharp fibers behind. Once again, ever so easy to test for yourself. Here's a nose swab, and here's a piece of meat, representing the inside of your head. Roll the swab according to protocol across the meat, and voila! You can see some of the sharp fibers break off. They are left behind inside your head. Now, maybe you're not alarmed by this, but most of the medical doctors who saw this are. The fibers in these swabs were designed to break off. They're hollow, you see. That's why no ordinary cotton swabs were ever used. The hollow fibers contain something called DARPA hydrogel. Number 4. DARPA hydrogel is in the hollow fibers of the nose swab. Why is this worrying? Well, first of all, nothing benign has ever come out of DARPA, nor the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that in this particular case worked together with biotech company Profusa. Profusa makes tissue-integrating biosensors for continuous monitoring of body chemistries. We're talking tiny biosensors made of a porous smart gel. Biosensors that communicate your medical information via fluorescent light signals to an optical reader, which subsequently can be read using an app on your smartphone. Your medical data can and will be shared with healthcare providers and public health analysts. Securely, of course. What a marvelous piece of technology! We absolutely love and support scientific progress. We really do. I mean, you can use this to monitor diseases such as diabetes or chronic lung diseases. But can somebody please explain to us why this is in your nose swab? And why we were not told about this? Number 5. Nose swabs contain nanobots called theragrippers, invented by Johns Hopkins researchers in 2020. This is what a theragripper looks like. A star-shaped micro-device made from metal. It's a shapeshifter, meaning it changes shape from this to this, as soon as it reaches body temperature. The 6 sharp microtips then latch onto your intestinal mucosa like the teeth of a hookworm that actually stood model for this invention, and any medicine or vaccine encapsulated at the center will be released gradually into your body over a period of 24 hours. Theracrippers are no bigger than a dust speck. They can be administered to you thousands at a time. Here they are next to a hypodermic needle. And this is what they look like on a cotton swab. Interesting choice of photo on their website, don't you think? For decades, farmers have been using nose swabs to vaccinate their cattle. It's fairly common and not state-of-the-art at all. The nose swab is dipped into the vaccine and up it goes into the nose. Number 6. Nose swabs may damage your facial nerve or your olfactory nerve, or both. There's only a very small angle that is safe to perform a nose swab. If the healthcare worker or you, when you do the test yourself, miss that safe angle, you run the risk of having some very important cranial nerves damaged. Nerves that enable you to smell and taste. Nerves that keep your facial expressions the way you want them to be. Nerves that protect your brain against foreign invaders, such as bacteria and viruses. Number 7. When a nose swab is performed incorrectly, your blood-brain barrier may be punctured. If this is the case, all kinds of pathogens may enter your brain and leave a trail of destruction. If your limbic system is damaged as a result, you will get symptoms like chronic fatigue, disturbed sleeping patterns, disturbed alertness, altered emotions, memory problems, loss of control of movements and of body temperature. Combined with the result of damaged facial and olfactory nerves with symptoms such as the loss of smell and the loss of taste, COVID-19 will be named as the culprit of all your symptoms. The symptoms you got right after having a nose swab. Any correlation will be dismissed by doctors and by fact-checkers. It was all just a coincidence. It will take some time before all the nasal swabs gone horribly wrong will come to the surface. As we speak, more and more people are stepping forward with their horrid stories about broken off swabs that remained inside the nasal cavity. Or that were found stuck in a lung. About the most horrendous headaches ever since the swab. About people with cerebrospinal fluid leaks, brain bleeds, about children with nosebleeds and eye bleeds. Thousands of medical doctors have stepped forward, calling out to stop this insanity. If a virus is so contagious, do you really think it can only be found hidden deep inside your head? If there's only a narrow, safe angle, must we really expose our children to this dangerous belief based on nothing but fear? Do you really believe that these were done safely, bearing in mind that narrow, safe angle? If our governments and health institutes keep telling us to trust the science, then what science exactly are they talking about? Why didn't they inform us about the nanobot technology in the swabs? Or about the possibility of being vaccinated by means of a swab? Why didn't they point out the dangers of being severely injured, or worse, due to an ill-performed swab? What science exactly are they referring to? Oh, wait. Let me guess. They must be talking about the science of the PCR test, right? After all, after your nose has been swabbed, its content is sent off to be tested by the famous PCR. The inventor of the PCR was biochemist and Nobel Prize winner Dr. Gary Mullis. He developed the PCR in 1983 to amplify DNA sequences. That's it. The PCR was never meant to be used for diagnostic purposes. In other words, you cannot use the PCR to diagnose a disease. You cannot use it to diagnose COVID-19. Every virologist knows this. Mullis had stepped forward on previous occasions when his invention had been abused. The PCR does not detect an existing infection. It only measures whether sequences of a virus are present in the body. These sequences could just as easily come from a viral infection that has already been overcome, or from contamination that doesn't even lead to infection at all.
And with PCR, if you do it well, you can find almost anything in anybody. It's just a process that's used to make a whole lot of something out of something. It doesn't tell you that you're sick, and it doesn't tell you that the thing you ended up with really was going to hurt you or anything like that.
It gets worse. The outcome of the PCR fully depends on the number of cycles the test runs. The more cycles, the higher the chance you'll find whatever you want to find. After all, with each cycle, you amplify DNA sequences. In other words, if you run 40 cycles, you will find just about everything, from cancer to HIV to COVID-19. But that doesn't mean you actually have an active pathogen that makes you ill or dangerous to others. We all have cancer cells, but we don't all have cancer. Remember the insane amount of false positives? That's what happens when you abuse the PCR. And guess what? The authorities knew this all along. The WHO confirmed it on December 14, 2020. Did you even notice?
The only way you could tell if it's transmissible, if you can show that there really is live replication virus in you, and the tests don't measure that. I think if somebody does come in with 37, 38, even 36, you got to say, it's just dead nucleotides, period.
Now please realize that there's nothing else to say, really. We're looking at the biggest global scam ever. SARS-CoV-2 was never proven to exist. You know what was proven? The uselessness of disinfecting your hands 1,000 times a day. The dangers of disinfecting your hands 1,000 times a day. The uselessness of wearing face masks. The dangers of wearing face masks. The uselessness of nose swabs. The dangers of nose swabs. The fraudulent use of the PCR, which, by the way, was the gold standard of the entire COVID scam. Do you realize what that means? If you dismiss the credibility of the PCR numbers, which has finally and rightfully occurred, you are left with nothing. No gold standard, no reliable statistics, nothing. Nothing but lies. Deliberate lies. And you know what was put on top of those lies? More lies. Even if you're asymptomatic, meaning you don't have any symptoms, you are still a danger to others. Complete and utter bollocks. And they knew it.
It still appears to be rare that an asymptomatic individual actually transmits onward.
Have you taken a test? Are you going to take a test?
No. Well, I'm not taking a test for some reason. I have no symptoms. But not everybody in the United States should take a test. I mean, I have no symptoms. There's no reason for me to take it. In all the history of respiratory-borne viruses of any type, asymptomatic transmission has never been the driver of outbreaks. The driver of outbreaks is always a symptomatic person. Even if there's a rare asymptomatic person that might transmit, an epidemic is not driven by asymptomatic carriers.
You know what was put on top of those lies? Scandals. March 2020. Test kits in the UK had been contaminated with a COVID-19 virus. Excuse me? How on earth did that happen? Was this ever investigated? Was anybody held accountable? Of course not. Nobody seemed to care. You know what was put on top of that scandal? Yet another scandal. Bill Gates sold your DNA data to China. Not just yours, but everybody's. Every swab containing DNA was sold to China, as proven and revealed in 2021. Was Gates held accountable? Of course not. You know what was put on top of that scandal? Deceit. In order to scare the people into a frenzy, crisis actors and even dolls were used.
Und wir haben bestimmte Aufgaben bekommen. Das ist meine. Informieren Sie einen Mitarbeiter darüber, dass Sie das Gefühl haben, schlechter Luft zu bekommen. Das ist meine Bettnummer und ich kriege für das Ganze hier Geld.
Just when you think you've seen it all. You know what was put on top of the deceit? Yet another scandal called bribery and corruption. Ever heard of Belarus? You will now. The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, refused to participate in the lockdown and other COVID insanities, after which the World Bank and the IMF offered him a bribe of $940 million in the form of COVID relief aid. In exchange, Lukashenko had to impose extreme lockdowns on his people, force them to wear face masks, impose very strict curfews, impose a police state, and crash the economy. Lukashenko refused. When all the other so-called leaders succumbed to temptation, Lukashenko stood ground and told the world what had just happened.
Как решается этот вопрос? При этом хочу заявить, что мы ни под кого плясать не будем. Там уже появляются требования. Вы, мол, в борьбе с коронавирусом в Беларуси делайте как в Италии. Слушайте, я не хочу, чтобы, не дай бог, повторилась ситуация в Беларуси, как в Италии. Уже Всемирный банк готов нас профинансировать в 10 раз больше, чем предлагал, за то, что мы эффективно боремся с этой болезнью. А МВФ продолжает требовать от нас: вы давайте изоляцию, давайте карантин, давайте комендантский час. Слушайте, что за глупость?
Were the World Bank and the IMF held accountable? Of course not. You know what was put on top of that scandal? Yet another scandal, called statistics fraud. In May 2020, officials admitted tens of thousands of COVID tests have been double counted. In other words, 2 samples taken from the same patient, for instance to get an immediate second opinion, were recorded as 2 separate tests in the government's official figures. What a great way to pump up the volume. Then, also in 2020, the common flu had disappeared, just like that. The official numbers showed no more flu.
In the southern hemisphere, during their influenza season, actually, they saw a very limited flu transmission. It was unexpected and very surprising, but literally there was nearly no flu this year in the southern hemisphere.
The amount of people who now died of the flu, hundreds of thousands as always, were now counted as COVID casualties. Playing with numbers like that is called fraud. Also in 2020, in August, the CDC admitted that of all the so-called COVID deaths, only 6% had no other illnesses. 94% had died with an average of 2.5 comorbidities, meaning other underlying illnesses. In other words, according to the CDC, 94 out of 100 COVID deaths had actually died of a heart disease, of a respiratory illness, pneumonia, of organ failure, cancer, obesity, or a cognitive disease. Yet all of them had COVID-19 on their death certificate. Why? You'll soon find out. Here's another example of how statistics were used to mislead the people. The Dutch RIVM showed these graphs using different scales on the y-axis. Here it's 5,000 people, yet here it's only 25. But can you feel what it does to you to see these 2 graphs? Number 2 seems so much worse. And look at this horrific orange peak. Oh my God. But hey, the amount of people between these lines is only 5. So, on the 1st of September, 11 people died of COVID-19. Bearing in mind the false positives and the hidden comorbidities, remember the CDC 6%? The actual number should be something like not even 1 whole person. Well, now we understand why we're heading towards the next lockdown. Not. On top of our pyramid of all the lies, deceit, scandals, bribery and corruption, there were more lies about overloaded ICUs. Starting in the spring of 2020, we called many hospitals. We asked others to call hospitals in their area, in their country. They all came back with the same astonishing findings. The ICUs were not overloaded. It was like a normal seasonal flu in which the elderly with comorbidities tend to pass away. Now, before we end this episode and move along like a steam train, please do take a moment to fully grasp the significance of false positives. We mentioned it quite a few times, but do you really know what it means? It means hundreds of thousands of people were wrongly quarantined, locked up, and even hospitalized. It means countless businesses went bankrupt. The entire middle class was given a huge blow. The intentional abuse of the PCR tore families apart. It means an enormous emotional and psychological impact on humanity, most of all on children and the elderly. It means a devastating rise in suicides. We can only imagine Dr. Muller's turning over in his grave.
Guys like Fauci get up there and start talking, he doesn't know anything really about anything, and I'd say that to his face. Nothing. The man thinks you can take a blood sample and stick it in an electron microscope, and if it's got a virus in there, you'll know it. He doesn't understand electron microscopy, and he doesn't understand medicine, and he should not be in a position like he's in. Most of those guys up there on the top are just total administrative people, and they don't know anything about what's going on the bottom. Those guys have got an agenda, which is not what we would like them to have, being that we pay for them to take care of our health in some way. They've got a personal kind of agenda. They make up their own rules as they go. They change them when they want to. Tony Fauci does not mind going on television in front of the people that pay his salary and lie directly into the camera.
Even today, the PCR test determines infection and death rates, which in turn determine the waves of infection, which in turn determines the lockdown levels, and which is now driving the push for mandatory vaccinations. As we make this episode, our heroes of the Corona Investigative Committee are taking governments to court for basing their destructive COVID policies solely and unjustly on the PCR. We have great faith in their work. Will there be justice? Oh yes. In the end, truth and light walk hand in hand, and they always prevail. It's just a matter of time and perseverance. But for now, it's time to expose some more ugly truths. After all, we may have given you our appalling COVID pyramid, but one element is still missing. Do you want to know what the capstone is trying to hide at all cost? Then follow me to part 22. We ended our previous episode with our COVID pyramid, built layer upon layer of lies, deceit, fraud and scandals. Now, of course, you're wondering by now, how come so many hospitals, doctors and healthcare workers in general went along with all of the above? Can a scam so huge be kept a secret by so many people? We have reached the capstone of our nauseating COVID pyramid. We shall name the capstone M&M, Money and Murder in Hospitals. Shocking as it may sound, we've seen it before. Remember the unjust administering of the killer drug midazolam in the UK, as shown in part 19? Well, the US and many other countries had their own version, called remdesivir. Here's what happened. Hospitals were given incentives, as in money, for each and every COVID casualty. According to whistleblowers, investigative journalists, lawyers and specialists, hospitals in the US have been receiving $13,000 for every admitted COVID patient. There have been financial extras for every COVID test, for every positive outcome. If patients were treated with the only prescribed drug, remdesivir, the hospital received yet another bonus. 20% of the entire hospital bill of the patient. Then, for every patient put on a ventilator, the hospital received $39,000. And if that patient officially died of COVID-19, they got yet another $13,000. That's a lot of money. According to attorney Thomas Renz and CMS whistleblowers, the hospitals receive approximately $100,000 per COVID casualty, if the above protocol was followed. Now the thing is, the American hospitals receive this money in advance, based on the COVID predictions, based on the flawed models of people like Birx. If the hospitals didn't actually meet those models, they had to pay that money back at a later stage. And we're talking millions of dollars here. So, what happened? Everybody who was admitted to a hospital, for instance because of a car accident, or because of cancer, or diabetes, or kidney failure, everybody got a PCR test to start with. Due to the ridiculous amount of cycles, there was an abundance of false positives. False positives equals positives, equals COVID patients, equals money. Hence the sudden rise in COVID patients. Then, remdesivir left its detrimental mark, just like midazolam had done in the UK. You see, remdesivir is not a new drug. It was used in 2018 during the West African Ebola outbreak. It was known to have severe adverse effects such as kidney damage, liver damage, and even death. Yet, in 2020, Anthony Fauci directed that remdesivir was to be the drug hospitals use to treat COVID-19. Hence the incentives. So, what happened next? Those poor patients only got worse, after which they were put on a ventilator. After all, that was yet another bonus of many thousands of dollars pouring straight into the pockets of the hospitals. Now, the problem with ventilators is that the patient is put into an induced coma. His or her breathing is taken over by a machine that puts extra pressure on the lungs, called baropressure. In the case of damaged lungs due to, for instance, pneumonia, those lungs will only get worse. They will not be able to deal with the increased pressure. The chances of that patient recovering, of being able to be taken off the ventilator and to start breathing by himself, are very, very small. Combined with organ failure as a result of remdesivir, the chances of that patient ever leaving the hospital alive are next to nothing.
There is a product which is proven to cause renal failure and hepatic injury. Doctors continue to give the product, causing more kidney injury. I have over 500 publications on kidney injury. I'm telling you, it contributes to death without a doubt. That is mass psychosis.
Is Dr. McCullough correct? Is it mass psychosis? Or are we talking murder here? Mass murder? Genocide? We think so. Why? Because the hospitals knew. The incentives were simply too massive to reject. Man's biggest temptation was deployed by the Cabal, the almighty dollar. We have learned from history that not many people are capable of saying no. And so, hospitals, medical doctors, specialists, even nurses succumb to temptation and sold their soul to the highest bidder. Not all of them, thank God. Those who followed their heart and remained true to their oath of Hippocrates to help those in need are now called whistleblowers. Thanks to them, we can tell you what happened behind closed doors.
There's a financial incentive to call somebody COVID positive. The hospitals receive a bonus from the government if someone is hospitalized and able to be declared COVID positive. They also receive a bonus. I think the total is something like $30,000 in incentive if somebody gets put on the vent. Then they get a bonus if somebody is declared dead with COVID. So they have an incentive at the front end to declare somebody COVID case. The CDC made a determination that they were going to make a core assumption: if PCR positive and you die, that is death due to COVID. So the extreme example, just to show the absurdity, if the patient comes in with a bullet hole to the head and they do a nose swab and they come up PCR positive, they're determined to have died from COVID, when in fact they died from lead poisoning.
That's real?
Yeah.
So that it really is true that if someone has a gunshot wound and they're dying of that gunshot wound and you check them for COVID, and if they're COVID positive and they die, they mark that off as a COVID death.
That is by definition from the CDC. That was a decision that was made early on.
90% of the people put on ventilators died. 90%. You have a better chance with Russian roulette, literally. Okay?
Protocol.
That's a protocol. So listen, and not only is it a protocol, but they get paid to do it. A lot. When you go to the hospital, you get tested. They get paid more. When you get admitted for COVID, they get paid more. When they put you on remdesivir, they get paid more. When you get ventilated, they get paid more. When you die, they get paid more. This is perverse.
We cannot even begin to describe the tragedy brought upon thousands of innocent people. Not only were they administered on false pretenses and treated wrongly on purpose, not only were their chances of ever getting out alive reduced to almost zero, they were also denied visits from their loved ones. They were denied food and water. As they became underfed and dehydrated to the point of dying, they were denied physical, consoling contact with loved ones. They were denied a priest during their last hours. Their loved ones were denied access to medical records. The COVID scam, based on nothing more than politics, destroyed hundreds of thousands of lives. All because of incentives upon incentives, bonus upon bonus, piles of money upon piles of money. Even the coroners receive government money if they put COVID-19 on death certificates. The Cabal had thought of everything. The one place you should be safe, the one place where you should be handled with love, care and compassion, had turned into a prison camp. A place where you are most welcome as you are worth $100,000. That is, if protocols are followed and you never leave that place alive. This sounds like a horror movie, don't you think? And we fully understand if you simply choose to refuse believing us. We too wish we were wrong, misled by conspiracy theorists and their crazy stories. But unfortunately, We lost dear friends who experienced this all the way to the bitter end. We will give you a few examples. This was our dear friend, Veronica Wolski. She became famous on social media as a freedom advocate who spent every weekend on a bridge in Chicago, putting up her banners with slogans that made people think. She made them with great love and care. She was always there, no matter how cold the weather. Drivers would honk and wave, letting her know she was not alone in her passionate fight against the cabal. We were in contact via Messenger. She sent us Q bracelets to hand out at our events. She was ever so proud to meet General Flynn, our hero, who never gave up fighting for the rights and liberties of the American people. We were so happy for her and so proud. One day she wrote us how tired and weary she felt and how much physical effort it cost to be on that bridge every weekend. She had trouble breathing. She started taking ivermectin, but was unfortunately administered to Chicago's Resurrection Hospital. Her every wish was denied, from continuing treatment with ivermectin to seeing family and friends. Veronica was put on remdesivir, which she had repeatedly refused. Her power of attorney, Nancy Ross, was removed by hospital security on several occasions. Even General Flynn tried to intervene and get her out. They got to the point where an ambulance was waiting to transfer Veronica to another hospital. All the care she needed was there, but at the very last moment, the hospital refused to authorize her release. Veronica didn't stand a chance and died all alone as a medical prisoner in a Catholic hospital. Her official cause of death? COVID-19. One of our Dutch friends, Dennis, nearly lost his wife Lisa due to maltreatment in the Jeroen Bos Hospital in Den Bosch, the Netherlands. She went in for hyperventilation and back pain. The first thing the doctor did was a nose swab. The PCR ran 44 cycles, something Dennis found out later after questioning the doctor. With a 100% chance of getting a false positive, she indeed got labelled positive and was treated as a COVID patient from that moment on. Her back pain and hyperventilation were completely ignored. Then, on day 2, Dennis was asked for consent to put Lisa on Regenkov. Dennis did some quick research and said no, absolutely not. What the doctors hadn't told him was that Regenkov is an investigational drug. It is experimental. According to the FDA, it can only be used in a case of emergency and only as post-exposure prophylaxis therapy, which means only after exposure to the virus as damage control. It will keep you out of the hospital, or so the FDA claims. In other words, and please remember this, for it may one day save your life, Regenkov is an experimental drug that may only be used for people, not patients, people who have been in close contact with COVID patients but who do not have COVID symptoms themselves just yet, or only mild to moderate ones. These people should be tested by means of a PCR test, and then, if they too come out as positive, and if they are at high risk of developing severe COVID-19, including hospitalization or death, only then can they be given this experimental drug called Regenkov. Short recap. If you have been close to a COVID patient, as in less than 6 feet away, you could very well be contaminated with this killer virus, okay? Now, even though this killer virus has never been isolated and thus proven to exist, even though there were never excess mortality rates, until they started the vaccination program, that is, more about which in the next episode, even though the official amount of casualties was equal to that of a mild flu, even though the PCR was never meant to be used for diagnostic purposes, and it cannot tell you whether you have COVID or not. Even though we now know that too many cycles will give you a false positive outcome. Even though, according to the FDA, you may not be in a hospital setting when the emergency use of Regencov may be considered, but simply at home with no COVID symptoms at all or just mild ones, even though you must belong to that small group of people who are at high risk for developing severe COVID-19, including hospitalization or death, only then may the use of Regencov be considered. So, my question in this particular case is, why on earth did this doctor want to give Lisa Regencov? She was in the hospital already. Let's stick to the almighty protocol here, shall we? What this doctor did was not allowed by any of the authorities. As a matter of fact, it was and is a criminal offense. Why give Lisa a COVID damage control drug when she went in with back pain and hyperventilation complaints? And how on earth can this drug be used in emergency situations when you are still at home with hardly any symptoms? Define emergency, please. And finally, how can the person put on Regencov be closely monitored by a doctor when he or she is not in a hospital? Let's take a look at the possible side effects of this drug, shall we? It can cause anaphylaxis, a serious allergic reaction that can cause death within minutes or hours. It can cause serious abnormalities in one's heartbeat and blood pressure. My! But wait for it. The other known adverse reactions are chills, fever, difficulty breathing, nausea, chest pain, muscle pain, headache, fatigue, sore throat, and weakness. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? These are the identical alleged COVID symptoms. My, what a coincidence. So, if you die from Regencov, how easy is it to put COVID-19 on your death certificate? Is this why fully vaccinated people are not allowed to be treated with Regencov? Because it's bad for statistics? Oh, and here's another one to ponder. If Regencov is not to be used in the case of COVID variants, but only for the original COVID-19, can anybody please tell us how variants are detected in a person? If the PCR is unreliable for diagnosis, period, do you really believe it can be used to detect variants? Had Lisa been given Regencov, as suggested by a doctor, her chances of ever getting out of that hospital alive would have been, well, basically zero. Her cause of death would have been COVID-19. After all, she had all the symptoms, right? Thank God, both Dennis and Lisa know enough about the COVID scam to be on high alert. What happened next? On day 3, she was given morphine. Do you know how hard it is to get morphine in the Netherlands, even in a hospital? I do, from personal experience. You have to be in so much pain and beg for it, and even then still most doctors refuse to give it, as it is highly addictive. True, absolutely. So why the heck give it to alleged COVID patients? After 2 days, Dennis insisted they take her off the morphine. Long story short, after a week in the hospital's COVID department with no fluids and no IV, she was completely exhausted, dehydrated, and ready to die. Dennis and a friend insisted she be moved to the ICU, where she was put on a ventilator that took over her breathing. Within a day in the ICU, she was diagnosed with Guillain-Barré. Whether or not this is correct is still to be seen. After 6 days in the ICU and 4 more weeks of physical therapy, Dennis could finally take her home. If he hadn't been so insisting, he asked for blood test results and medical reports every single day to the point of driving the nurses and doctors crazy, we doubt Lisa would have made it. Another dear friend from the Netherlands, Arjuna, was hospitalized on November 17, 2021. His complaints? Exhaustion. His wife Nora bought a saturation meter and measured a low 65. She called their family doctor, who immediately called for an ambulance. On the way to the hospital, Arjuna was given oxygen, to which he responded very well. Within 15 minutes, his saturation level had gone up to 90. Arjuna was administered to the local hospital, where he was tested for COVID and found positive. But all seemed well. With just a bit of oxygen, his saturation level remained steady just over 90. If only the story had ended there. That night, Arjuna was put on a cocktail of norepinephrine, rocuronium, propofol, sufentanil and midazolam. Enough to put an elephant down. Arjuna was put on a ventilator and sank into a deep coma. Why? Nobody knows, except the doctors, who refused to tell what happened that night. On day 2, a doctor called Nora and asked for her consent to treat Arjuna with Regenkov. She said it was an experimental drug, but didn't add any information. Nora said no and insisted Arjuna be treated according to the Math Plus protocol, but her request was denied. Once again, why for God's sake suggest Regenkov? Arjuna was in the hospital, on oxygen and on a ventilator. That's 3 times a no-go, according to the officials. That same night, Nora was told by a nurse that they had deepened her husband's comatose state, as he had started to breathe by himself. Instead of taking him off the ventilator, they had given him more narcotics. Nora then talked to another doctor and repeated her Math Plus protocol request, but he too said he had to follow the hospital's protocol. On day 7, Arjuna was transferred to the Jeroen Bos Hospital in Den Bosch, the same hospital that had almost killed our friend Lisa. Arjuna was given more midazolam, fentanyl and other sedatives. On day 14, the doctors turned the ventilator off. Arjuna died, leaving Nora behind, devastated and inconsolable. His official cause of death? COVID-19. Then there's the adventure of Benjamin Gord. He got into a single car crash, early 22. When he came to and realized what had happened, he checked his arms and legs, and all seemed just fine. After about 10 minutes, help arrived. The first thing they did was give him an injection.
Take a syringe, an EMT take a syringe out, and started coming at me, and I said, no, what the? And he said, just gonna calm me down, boss. It went in, and it went black.
7 hours later, he woke up in a hospital on a ventilator. As he remembered, he had come out of the car crash unharmed. He pulled out the ventilator tube, the IV in his arm, and the catheter. He got up and went to a desk with some nurses and asked,
why did you put me on a ventilator? Does it look like I'm having any trouble whatsoever breathing? I'm standing?
The answer was, because you have COVID.
And I said, even if that's true, that you tested me for COVID, that ventilator is a late stage, last resort, hyper-invasive thing that you've done. what did you give to me? First thing she says is propofol. And I said, oh, the thing that killed Michael Jackson, great. And then she mentioned fentanyl and morphine.
It was only because of his strong attitude that he left that hospital alive. He then tried to reach as many people as possible on social media to tell his shocking tale and to share his warning.
Be extra careful no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Avoid the hospital.
As we edit this voiceover, thousands of people are literally being murdered by doctors and nurses. And to be honest, if you had told us this a year ago, we would not have believed you. But now, we have seen this living nightmare up close and personal. Not only that, we receive these horrid accounts on a daily basis from across the world. Do you want to hear healthcare whistleblowers? Do you want to know what you can do to save your life or that of a loved one? Then follow me to part 23. Money and murder in hospitals. What we showed you in our previous episode was only the tip of the iceberg. Every day, countless people die in hospitals worldwide because the holy protocols must be followed at all times. And those protocols kill people on purpose for money. Enormous amounts of COVID incentives. What could and should have been used for the benefit of the people turned into a murdering depopulation device. But not all healthcare workers could handle this insane reality. Their hearts stayed true to their patients. They fought for their lives, mostly in vain, as they were overruled by other doctors and nurses as soon as their shift was over. One nurse who openly stepped forward is Erin Marie Olszewski, Army combat veteran and registered nurse. She worked at Elmhurst Hospital, the epicenter of the epicenter, in New York City in March 2020 as a travel nurse during the first so-called COVID-19 wave. The things she saw there horrified her. Patients who were brought in for anything non-COVID related, who were even tested negative, were labeled positive just because of the money it brought in. They were drugged up with sedatives and put on ventilators, brought in by inexperienced staff and interns.
A lot of these patients are really coming in with anxiety because they're scared. You know, they're worried and they're breathing fast, and then they get all nervous. So this is how the people are like coming in. And a lot of them are on either Medicaid or Medicare. They're poor. They're from, a lower class. We're at a public hospital. They need the funding. So they take them, and they tell them pretty much that if they don't get on a vent, then they're probably not going to survive. But the reality is, if they get on that vent, the likelihood of them walking out the hospital is slim to none. So you don't have actual doctors that know critical care, ICU doctors on these floors. There's a dentist, and there are residents with these. So residents are essentially students, and these people that are in vents are essentially being these residents are like practicing their skills on them. So they're practicing central lines, they're practicing like invasive procedures that are really unnecessary. A 37-year-old, he came in talking. He was very terrified. He was just totally alert, knew what was going on, and they convinced him to be on a vent. Now he's dead. I compare this hospital to a third world country. I've been in a third world country hospital in Iraq, The Iraq hospital is better than this one.
Many patients died due to the use of improper settings by inexperienced operators, resulting in blowing out people's lungs. She witnessed gross negligence. She described how the resident physicians refused to consider treatments like vitamins and hydroxychloroquine that had turned out to be very successful in other hospitals, other states, other countries. Instead, patients were funneled towards ventilators where they were left to die. According to Olszewski, all of her patients died, mostly unnecessarily. Their loved ones were told they died of COVID-19. Their deaths were used to further falsify the statistics, and the mainstream media spread the lies and kept the real pandemic alive, the fear pandemic. Olszewski decided to speak up, but realized nobody would believe her, so she went undercover and filmed everything.
He came in with a stroke.
I know, that's what 26-1 was, a stroke.
And
Nothing
no
to do with
COVID,
nothing
and
to do
now
with-
he's got COVID, and he's on a vent. He's not DNR, but we're treating it as DNR.
Basically.
You know, when someone is, we're close, we'll pull the code card up and be ready. You know, we're ready. I had the epi ready. That's one of the first things we do. And she wouldn't let me give it. So this was that woman. And the entire time, and this was over his body, his alive body. And we're arguing, and she's laughing. She was smirking. And how this man died was the nurses arguing with the doctors over him as he was dying. And she's smirking the entire time. It was probably one of the worst experiences in my entire life. But all I can think about is that at least he knows that we were fighting for him when he died.
This is wrong. It is straight up it is wrong. And I am 37 years old. I have been in a hospital since I've been 16. Military hospitals that well.
What aspect of it was wrong to you?
Calling a patient a DNR when there's no order for it, and telling us, like straight up telling us, you're not doing anything. That's wrong. If that was my brother or my father or anybody, I would be furious. And I guarantee you, if I called his family right now and told them what happened, they would be furious too.
I flipped. We were all crying. There's a lot of nurses that know that this is wrong, but they're afraid to like say anything publicly.
What killed him? Did the vent kill him?
Yeah. Oh yes. They're so sedated. He had probably 8 or 9 drips. It's all sedation. It's all sedation and paralytics. So you are asleep. It is essentially like you're under, you're in surgery, when they put you under like that, for a good month straight. There's no way you can recover from something like that.
Subsequently, she wrote a book, Undercover Epicenter Nurse: How Fraud, Negligence and Greed Led to Unnecessary Deaths at Elmhurst Hospital.
I've been taking care of a patient for like a week right now, and this is my and I called him. And he's been doing great. He had a trach put in and he's been doing great. He's been talking and or communicating with me. He's telling me, laughing at my jokes and talking to his kids on FaceTime a couple days ago. And I told his kids that he was doing fine. And he was. And today I was giving him, and they came in and they told me that I need to leave the room and I have to give report to somebody else. They took me from that unit and they put me in the emergency room. And they don't need me there, but they put me there. And I'm not even there like 20 minutes. I'm not even there 20 minutes and I hear a code being called in my room that I was just left. And it's him. And he was fine. He was fine. I don't understand. Nothing makes sense. Like, why would they take me out of his room and put me in the ED? And then not 20 minutes later, he's dead. It doesn't make sense. Like, did they kill him? He was my one patient that was gonna live. He shouldn't have died. I don't know what they did to him. Something's not right.
I know not everybody's gonna live, but these people aren't dying from COVID. Let me give you several examples here. A patient had a heart rate of 40 and the resident started doing chest compressions on him, which is not what you do. You just externally pace them or you give him some atropine. And then, I run in there to stop him from doing chest compressions on somebody with a fucking pulse. And then he decides to push epi. He throws some pads on him to defibrillate the guy. He has a heart rate of 40 and a stable bradycardic rhythm. We just need to give him some atropine and pace him. He fucking defibrillates him and kills him. The director of nursing was standing out there and I'm like, can you stop him? He's going to kill that patient. He's going to kill that patient. And the director of nursing just shook his head and I turned around and he killed the dude. This is here, they're just gonna let them rot on the vent. They're medically mismanaging these patients and nobody is listening. They don't care what is happening to these people. They don't. I'm literally coming here every day and watching them kill them. It's like going in the fucking Twilight Zone. Like, everyone here is okay with this. The only way I can kind of put this into context for everybody is, and this is going to be kind of an extreme example, this is like really the only thing I can come up with, is like if we were in Nazi Germany and they were like taking the Jews to go put them in a gas chamber, I'm the one like there saying, hey, this is not good, this is bad, this is wrong, we should not be doing this. And then everyone tells me, hang in there, you're doing a great job, you can't save everybody, you're amazing, you're a great nurse. Guys, I know I'm a fucking good nurse. I know I go in there and I give it 500% every day. What I need is someone to help me save these people from being killed. Okay? From gross negligence and complete medical mismanagement. Can someone come up with like some type of a solution for me? Because I'm kind of out of ideas. I try and talk with some of the other nurses here and they're like, well, you can't save everybody. And they all know what's happening. They all agree with me and they all just shake their heads. And I'm like, am I the only one who is not a sociopath to think that this is okay? They're murdering these people. I'm pretty sure that when you defibrillate somebody with a heartbeat of 40 and a stable rhythm and you kill them, that's murder. And I'm pretty sure that when you put somebody's PEEP up to like 25 and PEEP doesn't go past, I think, like 15, 20, and you blow their lungs out and they die, I'm pretty sure that's murder. I mean, I've just watched a doctor drop a central line and rupture like the subclavian vein and the guy bled to death. I mean, COVID didn't break that central line. COVID didn't kill that guy.
9 days ago, I opened an intensive care unit to care for the sickest COVID-positive patients in this city. The method that we program the ventilator, one based on a notion of respiratory failure as opposed to oxygen failure, that this method being widely adopted at this very moment in every hospital in the country, which aims to increase pressure on the lungs in order to open them up, is actually doing more harm than good. And that the pressure we are providing to lungs, we may be providing to lungs that cannot stand it, that cannot take it. And that the ARDS that we are seeing, that the whole world is seeing, may be nothing more than lung injury caused by the ventilator.
I am a respiratory therapist, been doing this for 21 years. Basically right now, and the way it has been the last couple of months, when they locked us down, is that any patient that came in with a respiratory problem was labeled COVID. Now that doesn't matter if it's you got stage 4 lung cancer and pancreatitis and heart disease and liver failure and everything else. You're still, because you come in with breathing problems, you're labeled a COVID patient. Maybe they died, then they would die of COVID and not of stage 4 lung cancer. So you have to recognize that if every single patient is under COVID investigation and dies, then that goes into a COVID death. And they're showing the numbers like a football game to scare you. They're showing you loading bodies into a tractor trailer to scare you. I've never in my career ever seen bodies loaded into a tractor trailer. It just doesn't happen. I wonder if those were even bodies. I really don't believe it. All of this stuff is fake. Okay? Look at our ventilators. This is non-invasive ventilation here, CPAP or BiPAP. This is a mask that gets strapped on you, and we can help you breathe with that. We're not allowed to use those. Since COVID came out, they said absolutely not. You have to let the patient crash and go straight to a ventilator. I'm not completely convinced this is a virus, and I've been doing this a long time. Do your own homework. Do your research. Y'all need to be asking some really hard questions here and questioning your government and questioning the people in charge and also questioning your doctors, because the doctors believe this stuff just as much as everybody else does, but they're not looking at the real information. All they're doing is they're told something, and hey, guess what? They got lives, they got jobs, they got everything else you got plus some. They're not going to go look it up. They look up the little things that they're told to look up, and that's it, just like anybody else would. Okay, so, you know, these questions really have to be asked, and they're shutting the world down. The world. Okay? And they're putting our kids and grandkids in severe debt that will never be paid off. And if you think of how many taxes you're paying now, can you imagine what our children and our grandchildren are going to have to pay for this scam? So please look up, do your homework, ask questions.
How was this even possible? How could any of this ever happen? Because of the following 3 reasons. 1. The money and murder capstone. The immense incentives given to hospitals by the government if the COVID scam was kept alive and patients were left to die. 2. Because in many countries, family members were not allowed near patients, so there were no eyewitnesses to the gross negligence and murder. And 3. Because, for instance, in the case of New York, Senator Cuomo had signed an executive order stating that no doctor or nurse could ever be held liable for anything gone wrong to the patients in New York City during the pandemic. They had carte blanche to do anything. There was no supervision. There was no obligation to keep records and paperwork in order. These 3 ingredients turned out to be fatal for countless innocent people who were brought in thinking they were in safe hands. Not just in New York, but throughout the country and the rest of the world. There are many more healthcare whistleblowers. We urge you to find them on the internet, for instance via the highly recommended Stu Peters Show. Many whistleblowers are now under federal whistleblower protection. COVID patients in America's hospitals today are actually being treated worse than prisoners in American jails. They are being held hostage and segregated from loved ones. They have no visitation rights, no right to decide their treatment. They are refused basic fluids, nutraceuticals, and nutrients. And the reason is money. Is it a new phenomenon that doctors choose money over saving their patients? No, it is not. We found an eerily similar account in this French book, Chroniques de Genève, The Chronicles of Geneva, written by François Bonivard in 1867 about the plague hitting Geneva in 1530. An entire hospital was set up for plague victims alone. It received money from patients, merchants, and the magistrate gave incentives on a monthly basis. If a patient died without a family, all the property went to the hospital. But then the plague subsided. The hospital started losing money as subsidies depended on the number of patients, and so the doctors got organized. They began to cut the plague ulcers from the bodies of the dead. They dried them and ground them into powder, which they spread on door handles in the dead of night. That's right. They went from house to house downtown Geneva and secretly and intentionally spread the plague among healthy citizens in order to raise the numbers of patients and thus the number of financial incentives. But one of the doctors got tired of these nightly adventures. After all, he had to care for his patients during the day as well. Double shift, so to speak. He became careless and threw a bundle of dust into the crowd during the day. But the dust smelled awful, and the people recognized it as the foul smell of the Black Death. The doctor was arrested and tortured until he named each and every doctor and nurse who was involved in this murderous scheme. They were all arrested and executed. 1530. Almost 5 centuries later, nothing much seems to have changed when money is offered in large quantities. Now, we're not saying that the doctors of today should be punished in a similar fashion, but we do ponder sometimes what will happen when people wake up and realize what really happened to their loved ones in the hands of the doctors and nurses they trusted. We wouldn't be surprised if they'd have to run for their lives. Let's hope they will get a fair trial. After all, these are not the 1500s anymore, right? As we speak, a Dutch hospital published an article about changing palliative care for COVID-19 patients. In short, more midazolam, more narcotics in general, and less, or preferably no visitors. No visitors, no eyewitnesses to the murder of innocent loved ones who are too drugged up and too confused to defend themselves. And as if that weren't enough, in May of this year, the WHO will gain total control over each and every country in case of a future pandemic. At an upcoming conference on May 22 to 28, 2022, ultimate control over the world's healthcare systems is scheduled to be delivered, pending a vote, to the WHO that will give sweeping power to the WHO's Director General to declare health emergencies or crises in any nation, even if that nation opposes it. The Director General will be able to declare these health crises based merely on his personal opinion or consideration that there is a potential threat. People will lose the right to be protected by their constitution. The WHO, faithful vassal of the UN, will have total power and control over you. Make no mistake, when that happens, you will feel like the people of Shanghai right now, with no rights, no liberties, no free choice, and no hope. Like George Orwell wrote in his infamous 1984, if you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face, forever. Not a pretty picture, right? So, is there any hope at all? Of course there is. There always is. But the main problem with humanity is that they want to be saved. They want a savior, or at least someone who does the job for them. And that's not going to happen. This shift, this great awakening, can only take place for the people, by the people. In other words, you will have to become active. Now, we're not talking about going to demonstrations or signing petitions. We are talking about something completely different. Do you want to know what that is and how easy it really is? Then follow me to part 24. This is the story of Scott Quiner, who was hospitalized in November 2021 with serious lung problems. Of course, due to the money and murder in hospitals, he was diagnosed with COVID-19 and put on a ventilator and on heavy sedative drugs. Scott's wife Anne begged the doctors to treat Scott with HCQ, ivermectin, zinc, vitamin D, but the doctors refused. They denied Scott nutrition and fluids. Anne was denied the right to have her husband transported to another hospital. She was shamed and blamed for being unvaccinated. Early January 22, Anne received a phone call from his doctor telling her bluntly they were going to unplug the ventilator that week. At that point, Anne contacted Stu Peters, our independent journalist with his own Stu Peters show and an immense audience. In no time, Anne teamed up with attorney Thomas Renz, famous for fighting the narrative that COVID shots are safe and effective. The hospital was bombarded with over 300,000 phone calls from people who had watched the interview with Anne. The doctors finally succumbed to the voice of the people and let Scott go. He was transported to a hospital in Houston, Texas, where the doctors were shocked and horrified when they saw Scott. They said he was the most undernourished patient they had ever seen, and that they were surprised that he had made it out of that hospital alive. Well, he wouldn't have if it weren't for his wife Anne, Stu Peters, attorney Thomas Renz, and hundreds of thousands of people who let the hospital know the world was watching. The doctors in Texas did everything they could to save Scott, but on January 22, he died due to the injuries he had endured in the hands of the doctors of that Mercy Hospital in Minnesota. In spite of the tragedy at the end, which is absolutely heartbreaking, The good thing is that people started to see the power of their voice. And this is absolutely crucial to understand. You see, there are basically 3 types of people during a war. There are those who don't even realize they're in a war. There are those who do realize but look the other way, simply because they are afraid for their own skin. They call themselves awake, but they don't stand up for others. This is always the biggest group. Think about World War II, when most people looked away when the Jews were deported and murdered. Then there are those who fight. Not with guns in this war, but with action. That's the group we're looking for, hoping to connect so we can fight together, so we can make a change. Ann Quiner contacted warrior Stu Peters, who asked his warrior viewers to act and call the hospital. They did, in great numbers, and the doctors got scared. They knew they were being watched. They knew they will, one day, be held accountable for crimes against humanity. Scott was set free. He didn't make it, but at least he died in the arms of his loved ones, who know for a fact they tried everything they possibly could to save him. It is time people start to realize just how powerful they are. When you, the 99%, get together, when you get organized in groups of active warriors, there is nothing that can stop you. No corrupt hospital can stand the pressure of thousands of people calling them, letting them know they are being monitored, that the world knows about their hideous crimes against humanity. Do you really think those doctors will sleep at night from that moment on? Do you really think they will remain true to their holy protocols? We don't think so. So, what can you do when your loved one is hospitalized for whatever reason? First and foremost, refuse to talk to interns, residents, or anyone who doesn't know everything there is to know. Then tell the doctors you know about the false positives. Refuse a nose swab at all times. If it truly cannot be avoided, demand a cotton swab, not a fiber swab. Demand the swab to be performed in the mouth, not deep inside the nose. Then demand no more PCR cycles than 20. Demand it in writing. Your loved one will be tested negative. If the doctors claim the outcome was positive, demand to see the documents. Then, if there's surgery involved, your loved one might be put on a ventilator, which is normal. But when the surgery is over, demand face up. Being on a vent face down damages the lungs. Then, check the IV non-stop and take pictures of whatever is being administered. Do not allow remdesivir, midazolam, and/or Regenkov. Morphine should be sufficient to ease the pain. If instead they administer fentanyl or even sufentanil, ask the doctors why. Why on earth administer a painkiller 80 to 500 times as powerful as morphine? Demand they remove it from the IV. What helps is when you know your medical jargon. Therefore, watch our episodes about money and murder in hospitals several times and take notes. If the doctor asks you for permission to administer Regenkov and you say no, just no, that will trigger a discussion. But if instead you say, no, why on earth would you apply post-exposure prophylaxis therapy? That will shut the doctors up, we promise you. You might even add, are you aware of the fact that Regenkov is an experimental drug? Do you even know you are not to administer it when a patient is already in the hospital? What is going on here? From that moment on, those doctors will be extra careful. We guarantee it. If the doctors still dare try and overrule you, tell them bluntly you know about the COVID incentives they receive. Tell them you are watching them, and so is the world via social media. Be strong, be vigilant, be a warrior. Remind them of their oath of Hippocrates to save lives, not cause harm. If they refuse to listen, film everything and use every social media outlet you know to get as many other warriors out there to call that hospital, that doctor, that nurse. Let them know they will never beat the 99%. You see, if everyone did this, not just for those he loves, but also for strangers in need, there would be no problem. There would be no money and murder capstone in hospitals. Therefore, act. Do organized protests help? We have our doubts. If that really worked, don't you think the French yellow vests, the most resilient of them all, would have been able to get rid of Macron? Don't you think Occupy would have worked? The problem with these mass events is that they are always infiltrated by the cabal. Always. This causes internal conflict, different opinions about what to do next. Divide and conquer. Eventually, all of these events, no matter how great, always blow out like a candle in the night. All the cabal has to do is wait, probably with a big grin. Every now and then, they push some paid actors forward who cause mayhem amongst the peaceful protesters, which is then shown on telly by the mainstream media. Please do not ever forget, organized protests are fully welcomed by the cabal, as they are part of the Protocols of Zion. See part 4 of this sequel. Neither do we believe signing petitions has any effect. How many did you sign in the past? Did any of them have any effect at all? Sure, when enough signatures are collected, your government might be obliged to discuss the subject. But knowing your government is filled to the brim with cabal puppets, do you really believe that will change anything? There is no such thing as a democracy anymore. Please wake up and realize that to the fullest. We are being played. Do you remember our farce? It sounded good, didn't it? We were shocked too upon discovering they were set up and paid for by the cabal. All petitions do is collect your name and email address in a database that can and will be used against you when the time has come. As for the Netherlands, thanks to the D66, we lost our right to have referendums, remember? So, do you really still believe in the power of your signature? What do we believe in? Organized action as shown in the case of Scott Quiner. Write emails and letters, make phone calls, drive them insane. That is not part of the Protocols of Zion. Now, this kind of organized action can be deployed in endless scenarios. We highly recommend you use the Amnesty International Protocol, which has proven to be most effective. Pressure by the 99% always works. At this moment in time, take a look at protocolkills.com, a great and inspiring initiative of civilians. As Amnesty International seems nowhere to be found right now, most certainly not in the Netherlands, where they are badly needed, we'll have to take matters into our own hands, just like Protocol Kills is doing. Study their approach, then organize a group of active people around you and make a list of your priorities.
Which cases are most important to interfere with right now? For instance, 5G masts in your neighborhood, on the rooftops of hospitals, schools, water reservoirs and homes for the elderly. Or how about censorship by social media platforms and deliberate disinformation by the mainstream media? And a very important one, the imprisonment of civilians who criticize government policy. We once thought this only happened in countries like China, but it's happening everywhere in Europe right now. What to do next? Write or call your government or your local government or the embassy or the mainstream media, depending on the case. Tell them about their case on your list. Make clear that you know that the world is watching their every move, that the people no longer accept this, that you do not comply, that you hold them accountable for any physical, mental, and/or emotional injuries as a result of their action. Don't threaten anybody, just state it as a matter of fact. How to deal with censorship by social media? Delete your account and ask everybody in your network to do the same. If only people could rise above their precious amount of likes and followers, those platforms would collapse. No users, no profits, no happy CEOs, and thus no future. The censorship will then destroy them, not you. When thousands of people do this, it will have effect. Remember, the 1% truly fears the power of the 99%. We'll give you one more example. New York's Governor, Andrew Cuomo. Write him a letter about his executive order making HCQ illegal. Name the executive order's number. Let him know you know your stuff. And don't forget to add that by making hydroxychloroquine illegal, he made himself guilty of genocide. You see, there are more than 50 scientific studies proving the highly beneficial effects of HCQ on viruses and other pathogens. But Cuomo lied and denied this fact. Instead of allowing citizens to choose their own way to cure themselves of our highly overrated COVID-19, instead of allowing doctors to prescribe HCQ to their patients, he made it illegal. This was a crime in and of itself. HCQ has amply proven to kill pathogens successfully and quickly. It was originally the cure for malaria. By making it illegal, this cure was criminalized and banned. Why? Because of two reasons. One, simply because Big Pharma makes billions on vaccines and only a few bucks on HCQ. We know by now who has total control over politicians when it comes to pharmaceuticals. 2. Vaccinations cannot be made mandatory if an alternative cure exists. Let me wait a few seconds so you can read that again. Since that alternative cure had been there from the start, they had to make it illegal. That was the only way to push their agenda of mandatory vaccinations into effect. Remember this. Anyone pushing the mandatory vaccination narrative is guilty of crimes against humanity. What Cuomo and many other cabal puppets across the world did was highly illegal. They made themselves guilty of the death of countless innocent people, both by denying them the right to be treated with HCQ and as a result of the medical experiment called the COVID-19 vaccine. The amount of people who have died of vaccinations has risen with approximately 5,000% compared to previous years, more about which in an upcoming episode. These people didn't have to die. Tell Cuomo or his colleague in your state, in your country, all of the above. Tell him that in the near future he will be held accountable for his crimes against humanity in a court of law, because the 99% no longer obey. Oh, and you know what happened in the Netherlands? On March 26, 2020, the Dutch Minister of Health, Welfare and Sport, Hugo de Jonge, officially put a ban on HCQ. Doctors and apothecaries were no longer to prescribe it for treating COVID-19. But 1 week later, he gave orders to import large amounts of HCQ from India. Why? He knew damn well they weren't going to use it on the citizens. We found it highly suspicious, so we looked for the RIVM's advice. But all we could find on their website about the use of HCQ is, well, nothing. De Jonge had said it was not for politicians to advise about the use of medication, which we fully agree with. Unfortunately, he lied. According to WOB documents, he did interfere, and he wasn't the only politician. They were the ones who made sure that the cure for COVID-19 was made illegal, so they could eventually push the vaccines down the throats of the Dutch citizens. We think just about everybody knows by now that our cabal puppets in The Hague are very, very corrupt. Take Ab Osterhaus, virologist and alleged independent advisor to the government. He was caught on video celebrating the first case of swine flu in the Netherlands. Why was that a reason to celebrate? Because he had so many shares in the vaccine producers that he made millions and millions of euros in only a matter of weeks.
Net na 12 uur gisteravond heeft VWS een order geplaatst voor 34 miljoen doses. Succes.
Independent advisor, right. Was he prosecuted? Of course not. He is still there, doing his criminal thing. Oh, and then there was the face mask scandal, starring Hugo de Jonge. He gave the order to fabricate 40 million useless and toxic masks to his friend Siewert van Linden, owner of Hulptroepen Foundation and Relief Goods Alliance, for the staggering amount of 100.8 million euros. The RIVM advised against the deal, as they had analyzed the face masks and had found a high level of graphene oxide and other nanoparticles which are dangerous to inhale. Still, the deal between the ministry and van Linden went ahead. The fact that the purchase of protective materials wasn't even part of Minister de Jonge's portfolio makes this case even more suspicious. The deal made van Linden and his two business partners multi-millionaires. And no doubt, Minister de Jonge got his fair share of the deal. the masks were never used because of their poor, even dangerous quality. Now the good news is that as I speak these words into my editing program, a criminal investigation is held into this face mask scandal. As millions of euros were funneled from the foundation to the BV, the Dutch version of a limited liability company, and subsequently to the private bank accounts of the 3 CEOs, which is a criminal offence, and as they repeatedly lied in interviews about giving the masks away for free, the 3 are now being investigated for fraud, embezzlement and money laundering. We wonder how much longer before they all get what they deserve. And we mean all parties involved. Not very long, we suspect. Film rights about this subject have already been sold. Things are speeding up concerning the fall of the Cabal. Once again, as I speak these words into my editing program, the Georgia Guidestones have been blown to pieces only a few hours ago. The rest of the evil monument was demolished straight away. By whom? Take a wild guess, my friends. As this was a paramount and most sacred object for the Cabal, we don't think it was them who did it. Let's put it that way. Right, back to our storyline of planned mandatory vaccinations and thus the illegalization of HCQ. The same happened, by the way, with ivermectin, a parasite killer just like HCQ. In the Netherlands and other countries, many doctors prescribed it to patients with flu symptoms, as it had turned out to be a very effective cure. But all of a sudden it was made illegal. It was ridiculed by the mainstream media as just a horse dewormer promoted by extreme right conspiracy idiots. Those doctors who kept on prescribing ivermectin and HCQ were intimidated by public health inspectors and threatened with immense fines, up to 150,000 euros. Those who pursued were criminalized, both by the inspection and by the mainstream media, who deliberately spread lies about them, trying to break them and set an example to intimidate other doctors. Some lost their medical license or practice, others were fired. Thank God there are always some heroes who do not break and who do not give up their integrity and their oath to Hippocrates. The people who ordered ivermectin abroad received a letter from Dutch Royal Mail stating that customs had intercepted their package and had confiscated the ivermectin. People were shocked and appalled. How dare they interfere with their body, their choice? Unfortunately, being shocked and appalled doesn't change anything these days. The only thing that works is action. So, is there anything else you can say when confronted with mandatory vaccinations? These so-called vaccines are a medical experiment. Even though this is fiercely denied by fact-checkers, they are all still in that experimental stage. Yes, they may have been approved by the FDA to be deployed during a medical emergency, but that does not change the fact that they are still a medical experiment. Medical experiments should never be made mandatory. Never. Ask whoever is pushing the mandatory jab, whether it's the government, your family doctor, or your employer, if they remember World War II and the medical experiments the Nazi doctors performed on the Jewish people. This is why the Nuremberg Code was set up in 1947, so that these monstrosities would never happen again. Ask them if they know that these experimental vaccines are in violation of all the 10 articles of the Nuremberg Code that carry the death penalty. Ask them if they know that the experimental vaccines are in violation of Article 32 of the 4th Geneva Convention. Medical or scientific experiments not necessitated by the medical treatment of a protected person are prohibited. In other words, everyone who pushes mandatory jabs will go down for crimes against humanity and may be sentenced to death, depending on the country or state they reside. Let that sink in. So, get organized. Be the 99%. Be the warrior this war needs. Spread this information far and wide. Step up for those in need. Be the third group in every war. Those who are awake and have the guts to fight. Not only for your own rights and for those of your children, but also for total strangers.
They say they have a right to take you to some facility and to test you and to medicate you against your freaking will. Are you free? So let's not lie to the children and tell them about freedom, because your freedom is being infringed as we are standing here, and you need to be made aware of it. Mainstream media is not going to make you aware of it. You need to do your own research.
Be the resistance. Not with guillotines, not with threats, but with a set of completely different weapons. By getting organized, by letting your voice be heard, by using uncensored social media to reach as many people as possible, and the best weapon of all, by spreading knowledge and information. Use the knowledge we give to you in these documentaries. Only then can we take down the Cabal. One's all-powerful and mighty, now in panic mode and crumbling. How about we wrap this whole COVID scam up in the next episode, so we can continue with our original story about the Cabal, their origins, their brilliant insanity, and their deliberate history falsification, so we, the people, would never know. Follow me to part 25. Do you remember our 4 episodes about the depopulation agenda? Well, multiply that by 10, and what you get is the COVID pandemic. Planned years in advance and worked out to the smallest details. As always, the Cabal warned us years in advance. They seem to believe this wards off karma. Let's be honest, everything they do is always in our face. Here are a few COVID-related examples. Cabal Pit Hollywood gave us 7 movies and series, showing us some terrifying scenarios of killer viruses outbreaks. Bill Gates produced and co-financed one of his own, Pandemic, How to Prevent an Outbreak, about the possibility of a killer flu virus outbreak and the development of a universal vaccine. Excellent timing, Bill. Produced long before the COVID-19 outbreak. All 6 episodes were released on January 22, 2020. Then there were 2 simulations of a coronavirus outbreak, one in Wuhan, China, of all places, focused on the role of customs to respond accurately to incoming bioweapon attacks, and one in New York, focused on the importance of communication during a coronavirus outbreak, financed by Bill Gates. Do you remember the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games in London 2012? Why on earth show dancing nurses and doctors? Children in hospital beds. Scary demons spreading like a virus. Zombie-like healthcare workers. Terrified children. Death. Why show the NHS? Why all the subliminal messages during the closing ceremony about anger, death, rage, and the end of the world? Can anybody please explain to us what any of this has to do with sports? With the Olympic Games? Who could have known back then that their so-called artistic show was actually an appalling glimpse into our future? We can never say we didn't know. We were warned all along, just like they've already warned us about the next outbreak.
We'll have to prepare for the next one. That, I'd say is will get attention this time.
Basically, the so-called COVID-19 pandemic was a huge global behavioral experiment, the biggest ever performed in the history of mankind. It was a test to see if we, the people, were ready to be enslaved. The Cabal used a variety of torture methods, as described in the Amnesty International report on torture, but hardly anybody even realized they were being tortured. What methods were used? All of them. All 8 methods to make the people submit, to break them. The breaking of their will is intended to destroy their humanity. Here we go. Number 1. Isolation. Not just of individuals, but also of groups of people. Why? In order to make people feel lonely, to deprive them of social support, and to make people dependent on their oppressor. Number 2. Monopolization of perception. In other words, the oppressor fully decides how you perceive or experience reality. For instance, by abolishing information that contradicts the official narrative, by punishing any form of resistance or independence, by putting blame on people. Why? In order to brainwash people into thinking there is an immediate threat, to frustrate all actions that could lead to disobedience, and to make people believe they are at fault. Number 3. Induce debilitation and exhaustion. In other words, to make you weak. For instance, by sleep deprivation due to fear or anxiety. By withholding essential items like food and medicine. And by constant questioning. Why? When people are mentally and physically weakened, they will lack the strength to resist. Number 4. Threats. Threats about people getting killed. Their families. Their pets. Threats to separate families. Threats of endless isolation. Threats of becoming outcasts. Non-citizens. Why? To create anxiety and despair. Number 5. Occasional indulgences. Think occasional favors, promises, and rewards for compliance. Why? To motivate people to comply. Number 6. Demonstrating omnipotence. By means of confrontation, physical assaults, by demonstrating complete control over people's fate. And by treating people like servants. Why? To create fear and submission, and to suggest resistance is futile.
Now we need to go to community by community, neighborhood by neighborhood, and oftentimes door to door.
Dat doen we wijk voor wijk, deur voor deur, arm voor arm.
These teams are not just knocking on doors anymore, they're actually carrying eskies and vaccinating at the door. They're seeing how many people in that household and they're vaccinating everyone who's eligible in that home while they knock on that door.
Now you're going to be going suburb to suburb, street to street, door to door, knocking on these and actively looking for people who are in the wrong house and finding them on the spot.
Yeah, look, absolutely.
Number 7. Degradation. By putting people down, by verbally abusing, humiliating and shaming people in public, by demeaning punishments, and by denial of privacy.
Put your mask on.
Get away from me,
Put it
please.
on.
For freedom. Stop it.
Whoa, whoa.
Why? To destroy people's self-esteem, to make the cost of resistance more damaging to people's self-esteem than compliance. Number 8. Enforcing trivial demands. By playing mind games. By punishing obedient people for being disobedient. And by continuously changing the rules without clear communication. Why? In order to confuse people, to create anxiety, and to make them submit completely.
Warum haben manchmal die Gaststätten um 22 Uhr schließen müssen? Ist denn das Virus erst nach 22 Uhr ansteckend und so? Ja? Also vollkommen irrsinnige und widersprüchliche Maßnahmen. Der Wahnsinn ist eigentlich, dass sich dahinter Methode versteckt. Ja? Das ist nämlich eine Foltermethode, die Leute total zu verwirren, in Unsicherheit zu stürzen, völlig im Ungewissen zu lassen, auch die gesamte Lebensführung zu stören. Niemand von uns kann ja noch planen oder eine normale Lebensführung gestalten. Und da habe ich also sehr viel Material drüber gefunden, über diese Methode, die interessanterweise in China entwickelt wurde. Also die Amerikaner haben das an Kriegsgefangenen festgestellt aus Korea, die dort von Chinesen befragt worden waren, dass diese Kriegsgefangenen also permanent mit widersprüchlichen Maßnahmen behelligt wurden und dass sie sich nie sicher fühlen konnten, ob sie jetzt alles richtig machen oder nicht. Ja? Und dass es auch manchmal sogenannte Lockerungen gab, die gehören auch zu diesem Spiel, weil man sich dann also nicht so sehr an diese ganzen Maßnahmen gewöhnt, damit sie noch wirken, damit man nicht abstumpft sozusagen. Ja, und dann werden die Zügel wieder angezogen. Also was Söder hier macht oder Merkel oder diese Leute, das ist kein Zufall, sondern das ist, sie versuchen einfach die Psyche der Menschen zu zerstören, aus meiner Sicht.
What else should you know about torture? Torture is meant to create stress. Any event that threatens to change the stability of people's well-being, environmental, physical, mental or emotional, is stressful. Why is this important? Because this is precisely what our governments and so-called health institutions have been inflicting systematically upon humanity. Stress. Stress not only affects your immune system, making you extra vulnerable to diseases, it also generates anxiety, which triggers the inability to think straight, to remain calm, logical, and rational. That's why people stopped seeing how insane the COVID rules and regulations truly were. You cannot blame them. Please stop calling them sheep, for truly they are victims of torture. They have been suppressed, humiliated, brainwashed and broken. When acute stress becomes chronic stress by the intentional systematic weakening of people, people develop feelings of pessimism and depression. But when people who are in a state of chronic stress and anxiety suddenly are exposed to acute stress, for instance the unexpected positive outcome of a test resulting in mandatory quarantine, something strange happens. Chronic stress plus acute stress causes a condition of total denial. Those people will appear to switch off all awareness. They will look bland and untroubled, as if the mind, being too overstimulated, blew a fuse. They will completely give up, give in, comply. So yes, this is true. It wasn't the virus that destroyed the economy. It was you complying with tyranny. But can we blame them, now that we know they had been systematically tortured for a long period of time, and they just acted like most people under those circumstances would do? This is why people comply to the most insane rules. And even when you pointed this out to them, they would look at you like you were from another planet. In Spain, people were forced to wear a mask outdoors, but not in the Netherlands, where for some mysterious reason the virus never left the house. At least not until months later, and only in certain places. A hairdresser was allowed to go to a physiotherapist, but the physiotherapist was not allowed to go to the hairdresser. Our torturers, the governments, had confused people to the point that their minds had blown a fuse. Therefore, they complied. As soon as the media shouted off the rooftops that borders had been closed, people stopped traveling. True, at the beginning and in some countries, enforcement was strict. But after a while, upon learning that we, the people, complied beautifully in this great behavioral experiment, enforcements were no longer necessary. In the Netherlands, there were never any check-up points, not even at the beginning. People stopped traveling, just like that. They didn't even try anymore. We did try, time and again. We drove from the Netherlands to Germany and Belgium and back again. No problem at all. It was just a narrative. It was a lie. At the time of curfews in every European country, we left the Netherlands for good, and we drove all the way through Belgium, France, and Spain. We drove in the middle of the night on empty highways. There were no check-up points. Not at the borders, nor at the toll gates. It was all a lie. The police didn't have to do anything, because the people obeyed the rules, no matter how insane. It seemed to be crystal clear to people that curfews were highly efficient when it comes to restraining a killer virus. In the Netherlands, at 9 p.m. sharp, for some reason the virus became super aggressive, so everybody had to stay indoors. Safe at 1 minute to 9, in mortal danger at 9 sharp. Except, of course, when you lived just across the border in Belgium. There you were safe until midnight. COVID-19 was not to be underestimated. It was highly intelligent and could obviously tell time. Not only that, it understood and acknowledged country borders. And it seemed to like alcohol. And so, the sales of wine, beer and spirits was only allowed until 8 p.m. sharp. God knows why. We asked countless shop owners and police officers if they understood the logic behind these new rules, but no one could. All we heard was, "It's the law." When we pointed out that the genocide on the Jewish people in World War II was lawful too, and so not all laws are good, people got angry. Together we can beat COVID-19. The slogan was to become the new Heil Hitler. But most people didn't see it, as a result of continuously being tortured into obedience by their suppressors. Why do some people respond differently? Why can they handle continuous stress better than others, so they do not comply no matter what? People are wired differently. Some have experienced grave physical or emotional pain in their lives, which makes them not easily impressed. They simply do not experience the COVID torture as particularly stressful, as they've had worse. Others are more mentally focused than emotionally. They will see through the lies and threats more easily than others, and therefore they will not experience anxiety to the extent most people do. And then, of course, there are those who live off the grid, in remote areas. People who do not watch TV and who do not read mainstream newspapers. Those people, too, are difficult to brainwash. Most people had no idea they were being tortured. After all, there wasn't any waterboarding or the cutting off of fingers, right? True. But it was still torture, by definition. And as we know by now, most people complied. The ones who did not comply were corrected by the obedient ones. They were ridiculed, shamed and blamed, and turned into outcasts. The mainstream media spread lie after lie after lie. Photos from one hospital were used for other places, other countries. Crisis actors were deployed, as shown in part 21.
If I got the vaccine, I probably wouldn't be in this mess, so yeah, get the vaccine.
Entire crisis scenarios were staged to deceive the people and spark their fear. COVID-19 was not a killer virus. It was a fraud. The mainstream media was the virus. Without its help, it would never have worked. It simply got to the point where people had been successfully tortured and brainwashed. Taken over, so to speak. When the CDC finally admitted the nose swabs had been used for genomic sequencing, it was too late. When the German health minister stated the COVID restrictions for the unvaccinated had been based on a software error, it was too late. When a German hospital director took his own life because he couldn't live with the lies anymore, it was too late. It didn't matter anymore that Moderna openly admitted people were being vaccinated with an operating system. Nor that Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca all had criminal histories. It didn't seem to matter anymore that both Moderna and Johnson & Johnson had no past track records making vaccines. Nobody seemed to be listening when scientific evidence was presented that all the so-called vaccines contained HIV. And that many vaccinated people suddenly had become magnetic. Where was the outrage when the official numbers showed us that more people had died from the COVID jab in the first 3 months of 2021 than of all vaccines of the past 30 years combined? There was no outrage, except of course amongst the dissidents. Nobody else seemed to notice or care about the countless scandals. Moderna knew about hundreds of thousands of injuries as a result of their product, but kept their mouths shut. Pfizer paid the US Department of Treasury $2.9 million to, well, probably to make sure that their vaccine safety data would be kept a secret by the FDA for 75 years. We're talking thousands of pages of documents the FDA relied on to license the Pfizer vaccine. The FDA simply refused to share them with the public. Nobody seemed to notice when, in yet another court case, in which a federal judge ruled the FDA got 8 months instead of 75 years to make Pfizer's vaccine safety data available to the public, that Pfizer frantically tried to intervene and changed the outcome. When Pfizer finally released a list of adverse reactions to their monstrosity of a product, it contained 1,291 illnesses, many of which severe, even lethal. But where was the outrage? People have been tortured and brainwashed to the point of lining up for yet another shot and a booster. The ingredient list of the Johnson & Johnson jab turned out to be huge and, well, blank. Still, people held out their arms. Voluntarily, yes, but not with informed consent. Nobody was ever informed. When EU Parliament members demanded to see the official contract between the vaccine-producing companies and the EU, all they got was censorship.
We have all these treaties, as my colleague said, that no medical treatment should be imposed on you unless you decide about it freely and under informed consent. Ask your own government, were you properly informed about what is going on? We demanded full access to the contracts signed between these companies that produce the vaccines and the European Union. And I will just show you the pages. These are the pages. You see? So this is the fundamental principle, right, of democracy. I'm asking you guys, is this transparency? Do you see anything? Because we don't.
Nobody seemed to find it strange that people of importance, royal families, diplomats, heads of states, and highly placed politicians were exempt from face masks, nose swabs, PCR tests, and vaccinations. Oh, some of them did play along in front of the cameras, but all you had to do was zoom in to see it was all fake. It didn't matter anymore. It was too late. When people started dying of the jab, Not one insurance company paid compensation. They simply stated that when you hold out your arm to receive the jab, knowing it's an experimental one, after all, you could have known the dangers if only you had done your homework, it made your death a suicide by definition. The court recognizes the classification of the insurer who, in view of the announced side effects, including death, legally regards participation in the Phase 3 experiment, whose proven harmlessness is not given, as voluntarily taking a fatal risk that is not covered by the contract and legally recognized as suicide. The producers of the jabs could not be held accountable. They were exempt by law. The people had been paralyzed by constant fear and constant stress. They could not hear the truth anymore when top physicians and ex-CEOs of big pharma companies stepped forward and blew the lid off the various missing cases fraud. When they explained that only 1% of adverse reactions or deaths were being reported. When more and more severe cases of fraud were exposed. When the real efficacy of the jabs turned out to be only 1%, as our bribed specialists had concealed the difference between absolute risk reduction and relative risk reduction, meaning one still has a 99% chance of catching COVID after being vaccinated, so why bother at all? And please let's not forget, we're talking a 1% risk reduction for a virus with an overall survival rate of 99.86%. When the dissidents showed the people that the definition of vaccine had been quietly changed in order to make bioweapons look like vaccines. When certified scientists showed the presence of Morgellons, of unknown nanoparticles, and of graphene oxide that turns you into a superconductor for electromagnetic frequencies, which basically means that you become a product. And a great big antenna for any kind of dangerous radiation, it was too late. When all the prominent virologists bluntly stated they were convinced everybody who took the jab would die between now and 2 to 3 years max. As they explained in layman's terms about antibody-dependent enhancement and the fact that your body will no longer recognize foreign invaders like other viruses, destroying your own immune system so that it will eventually attack you and kill you, it was too late. This deliberate design torture program had turned out to be a massive success. Do you want to know what happened next? Then follow me to part 26.
The Cabal's torture strategy had worked brilliantly. People had become lethargic. Many had altered personalities according to their loved ones. Others had turned into zombies. Was that what the CDC had warned us about on their website? The zombie apocalypse? People simply didn't hear the warnings. They couldn't see right from wrong anymore. They were in a state of brain fog and confusion, in which the sudden insane amount of cases of thrombosis, pulmonary embolisms, strokes, and serious heart problems simply went by unnoticed. Top sportsmen had acute heart failure and dropped to the ground. News anchors collapsed live on TV.
Mes compagnons qui j'amois et qui j'aime, c'est des Cayennes et c'est des Percherets. Me dit chansons qu'ils ne sont pas certains, qu'on que versonen oi cœur
Doctors and nurses died by the dozens. Pilots got unwell in mid-air due to blood clots. Planes came crashing down from the sky.
Se savent bien, mi homme et mi baron, anglois, normand, poitevin et gascon.
On November 7th, I was mandated to receive a vaccine. Quite literally, I was told if I did not receive the vaccination, I would be fired. This was from our director of flight. So, under duress, I received the vaccine. Now, just a few days ago, after landing in Dallas, 6 minutes after we landed, I passed out. I coded. I required 3 shocks. I needed to be intubated. I'm now in the ICU in Dallas. This is what the vaccine has done for me. I will probably never fly again. I was hoping to teach my daughter to fly. She wants to be a pilot. That will probably never happen. All courtesy of the vaccine. This is unacceptable, and I am one of the victims. You can see that this is the actual result of the vaccine for some of us. Mandatory, no questions asked, get the shot or you're fired. This is not the American way.
There is a big elephant in the cockpit now, and that is the risk that has been induced by allowing these vaccinations into crew. They have a rule that they have broken across the country with every pilot that's flying who is vaccinated. And that rule is that no air crew member is allowed to fly with a drug in their system that is less than 12 months from approval date. Now, we well know that the COVID-19 novel injections are under an emergency use authorization in the United States, so they are not approved. And the reason that they allow a 1-year time frame from approval is so that they can see if there's any effects on passengers in the cabin from reduced atmospheric conditions at altitude. So it's an important step that they have completely ignored, and they have violated their own regulations.
The amount of miscarriages increased dramatically. People suddenly started emitting electromagnetic frequencies and radioactivity.
Wow, you're now a transmitter.
Coroners were shocked and horrified by the amount of children brought in after getting the jab.
There are more babies dying now than ever, and the only thing they have in common is their mums were vaccinated.
They showed nauseating footage of massive blood clots and destroyed veins and arteries.
This is not normal. The big one came out of the vein. The small one came out of the iliac artery itself.
But all the people heard was the ever-repeating slogan, "The COVID vaccines are safe and effective." Don't worry. All of the above never happened. It was just disinformation spread by conspiracy theorists, by doctors, virologists, Nobel Prize winners, even by the inventor of mRNA vaccines. They are all spreading disinformation. The COVID vaccines are safe and effective. Why all those sudden deaths? Well, many people die nowadays of a new disease called SADS, Sudden Adult Death Syndrome. We know it hardly existed before the vaccination started, but it is not the result of them. The COVID vaccines are safe and effective. Here are some official explanations of the countless heart attacks.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was the Belly of Tea. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down, oh blow me bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. Heads to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed, and the captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Let's be honest, all of these warnings are insane. Hot weather, cold weather, having sex, drinking tea. Seriously? Why didn't that kill us before? But what would you do if you were handing out poison jabs and people started dropping like flies? Wouldn't you deploy your media outlets to spread these kinds of warnings? Hoping people would continue believing your narrative? Desperately hoping that if you repeat the lie often enough, you'll get away with it? And let's hand it to them. The COVID pandemic was a massive success. Apart from some dissidents, the people were ready and seemed even happy to be enslaved. They were ready for the next level. Just like it read on the official website of the World Economic Forum, COVID-19 was the test of social responsibility. A huge number of unimaginable restrictions for public health were adopted by billions of citizens across the world. There were numerous examples globally of maintaining social distancing, wearing masks, mass vaccinations, and acceptance of contact tracing applications for public health, which demonstrated the core of individual social responsibility. And the dissidents? They were ridiculed, humiliated, fined, silenced, forbidden to leave their country, beaten up, arrested, and thrown in jail. Oh, don't worry, it's all legal, as we actually have a European law enabling the police to shoot and kill protesters. The Cabal had thought of everything. We will not go deeply into the so-called vaccines. Research is still going on at this moment in time, and there are some excellent websites where you can follow both the research and the horrifying discoveries. We can wrap it up quite easily. Innocent people around the world were injected with a deadly poison. Some died straight away or within a few weeks. Others were crippled with sudden neurological disorders.
the majority would die eventually due to blood clots.
Okay. Oh my God.
Due to vaccine-induced cancer or the self-assembling qualities of graphene oxide, turning the vaccinated into walking antennas, great big receivers of 5G and other frequencies.
Nos ha llamado mucho la atención un ciclista que lo graba una cámara cómo fallece de forma fulminante, o sea, muere como si lo hubieran disparado, pero es que justo en el momento que cae de la bicicleta se observa una interferencia en la cámara, como si hubiera recibido un pulso electromagnético. Se nos pone, fíjate, se para justo allí en la farola, ahí está un segundito, fíjate cuando falla la cámara y justo en el momento coincide con la fulminación. Ahí, hay un fallo, ¿te has dado cuenta? Y sí, cae repentino.
Esta es la prueba, porque ya no es una cuestión de que el tío se cae fulminado por algo interno a él, sino que hay un desencadenante externo que queda grabado en el registro de la cámara. El pulso que ha hecho esa interferencia en la cámara ha hecho una interferencia en el ritmo cardíaco. Esa imagen es buenísima. Es la primera prueba, vamos a decir, de que hay una causa que pudiera estar desencadenando desde el exterior las famosas repentinitis.
체력은 많은데.
Hay 4 picos estañados en 4 formas perfectamente cuadrangulares y rectangulares y circuitería dentro. Son componentes electrónicos. Aquí hay otra esquina perfectamente artificial. Esto es microtecnología, probablemente microrouter. Se está introduciendo microtecnología dentro de nuestros familiares, dentro de personas que han sido totalmente engañadas. ¿Cómo no van a originar trombos? ¿Cómo no van a originar todo tipo de infartos y enfermedades cardiovasculares? ¿Cómo esto no va a generar arritmias? Les pido a toda la comunidad médica inmediatamente que acaben con este genocidio encubierto. No podemos permitir ni un segundo más que esta gente coloque una inyección más, y especialmente a nuestros hijos. Hago desde aquí un llamamiento a todos los jueces y magistrados del país, de nuestro país. O hacen algo inmediatamente con esto, o vamos directamente a los juzgados y los ponemos patas arriba a todos. Y vamos como tengamos que ir, porque esto ya no se puede consentir. O ustedes cogen el informe Campra que demostraba todo esto y más, o tomamos otro tipo de consecuencias, porque esto ya no se puede consentir de ninguna forma. Que me llamen a declarar, Vuelvo a repetir, Ricardo Delgado Martín con DNI 79202099 de Navarra. Se ofrece ante cualquier fiscal, magistrado o juez de nuestro país y de cualquier otra parte del mundo a demostrar lo que hay dentro de las vacunas. Esto es un auténtico genocidio, un crimen contra toda la humanidad que no se puede permitir.
The rest of the vaccinated would eventually be killed by their own reprogrammed immune system. And the unvaccinated? They too would get a portion of the above due to a phenomenon called shedding. Shedding means that the vaccinated pass the harmful graphene onto the unvaccinated, either by physical contact or through the air when in close proximity. That's why unvaccinated children of Jap parents also have anomalies in their blood cells. Oh, and make no mistake. Just in case you are unvaxxed and you believe that these are just tiny amounts that can cause no harm, you're mistaken. Graphene is everywhere. In chemtrails raining down on you. In painkillers. Sanitary products.
That is made with a strip infused with Nobel Prize-winning material, graphene.
In clothing, in food packaging, and in medicine. And once it's in your body, even the smallest quantities will self-assemble into bigger and bigger strands under the influence of electromagnetic frequencies. Nobody remains unaffected. We should have known all along, as Hollywood warned us years in advance, as always. Like we said, research about the poisonous jab and their horrific effects is still being conducted full speed. Right now, we don't know what causes these attacks. We don't know why black-eyed babies are born from vaccinated parents. We don't know what on earth enables some newborns to hold up their head only hours after birth. To be born with 1 or 2 teeth. To walk only weeks or just a few months after that. And for some to have quite adult faces. Time will tell what we are truly dealing with here. Prince Philip once said, "In the event that I am reincarnated, I would like to return as a deadly virus in order to contribute something to solve overpopulation." But the Cabal never needed a deadly virus. They just needed basic psychology, some torture methods, and a bioweapon brought to you as a vaccine.
My career, my financial life, my reputation, almost my family, everything, just to sit here and tell you what I'm telling. Dr. Luc Montagnier, who won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for the discovery of HIV, said that this is the biggest risk to humanity and the biggest risk of genocide in the history of humanity. If we follow the advice of some of the quote-unquote global leaders, let's say like Bill Gates said last year, 7 billion people need to be vaccinated, the death rate will be over 2 billion people. So wake up. This is World War III. This is a level of malfeasance and malevolence that we have not seen probably in the history of humanity.
According to Deagle, a private online source for the military capabilities of the world's countries, showing current overviews and future predictions of population numbers, there will be a massive decline worldwide. These predicted population numbers can no longer be found on Deagle's website. They were taken down as soon as people started asking questions. One now has to use the Wayback Machine in order to get to Deagle's population numbers. We will show you 3 quite alarming examples: the USA, the UK, and Norway. The population numbers of the US will go down from 327 to 100 million people between 2017 and 2025. More than 2/3 of the entire US population will disappear. The UK will go from 66 million to 15 million people. 51 million people gone. Norway will go from 5.3 to 3.8 million people. Not quite so alarming at first sight, but wait for it. Tenders have been released in which governments offer contracts to companies who can supply millions of body bags. Let's take a look at Norway, shall we? Pretty alarming after all, right? And this is a similar tender for the UK. In other words, governments are getting ready to handle millions and millions of corpses. And guess what? The body bags are only used to get the dead from one place to the next. Do you want to know what happens next? Ever heard of the liquefying bill? Governments have come up with the most sustainable way to quickly get rid of the dead, by using alkaline hydrolysis. Within 2 to 3 hours, the dead will be turned into bone fragments that are pulverized, plus a liquid byproduct called effluent, in layman's terms referred to as biosludge. This can be spread over farmland as a fertilizer, or it can simply be wastewater for sewage treatment systems. And the next step? You can safely drink it as tap water. Even though it's a fertilizer, it's clean and neutral, according to experts. It's not as if you're drinking your grandmother. After years of research, we believe the Cabal seriously intends to kill billions of innocent people. They set it in stone and presented it to the people like Moses presented God's laws to his people. The Cabal is playing God. They believe they have the God-given right to punish disobedient people and to spare the obedient ones. And right now, they are taking it to the next level, trying to outsmart and surpass God.